The Brink. My name is and I'm an international student from Lima, Peru. I'm studying International Relations, Latin American Studies, and Peace and Justice Studies. And I'm also one of the student organizers for this conference. Before we proceed, I want to extend our deepest gratitude to the Institute for Global Leadership, the Human Rights Foundation, and the Tisch College for making this event possible. And a special acknowledgement goes to everybody working behind the scenes and our remarkable student organizers whose commitment has been the backbone of this event. Over the past 2 days, we have confronted some of the most urgent questions of our time. We have embarked on a profound exploration of democracy's challenges. We have examined the foundation of democratic systems. We have heard the powerful testimonies from fellows who have risked their freedoms, their safety, and their very own lives to stand against authoritarianism. From Nicaragua to Iraq, from Belarus to Tibet, reminding us that the fight for democracy demands our solidarity, our action, and our steadfast commitment to justice. Today, as we begin our final discussions, we will examine on economic security and access to basic needs, how they shape people's rights in and support for democracy, to the politics of punishment, analyzing how legal systems function across different political regimes. This conference not only aims to be a space for discussion, but also a call for action. As we listen to our distinguished speakers today, I encourage you to consider not just what we can learn, but what we can do. How will we take these conversations beyond this room? How will we translate ideas into action and reflection into impact? Democracy's future will be shaped by those who dare to stand up, speak up, and push forward. But first, we turn our attention to a crucial question. What is the future of democracy in a world where its very foundations are being tested? Around the world, we see democratic systems facing growing pressure, threatened by authoritarian influence, political instability, and the erosion of public trust. The very institutions meant to protect democracy are being undermined. In many places, democracy is not collapsing overnight, it is being gradually dismantled. To help us understand where democracy goes from here, we are honored to welcome a leader who has not only defended democracy, but has actively worked to strengthen it in both within his own country and on the world stage. Carlos Alvarado Quesada served as the 48th President of Costa Rica from 2018 to 2022. He is a remarkable advocate for climate action, human rights, and multilateral collaboration. Under his leadership, Mr. Alvarado championed transformative initiatives to address global challenges. For instance, Costa Rica launched its national decarbonization plan, with the goal to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, one of the first national plans inspired by the Paris Agreement. His government, alongside France and the United Kingdom, also played a pivotal role in establishing the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, a groundbreaking alliance that today includes over 100 nations committing to environmental preservation. But his commitment to democracy went beyond climate action. Mr. Alvarado was at the forefront of global health equity, partnering with the World Health Organization to launch the COVID-19 Technology Access Pool to facilitate faster, equitable, and affordable access to COVID-19 health products for people in all countries. He also strengthened Costa Rica's place in the global economic and diplomatic arena, guiding the countries to become the first Central American nation to join the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. In 2022, the National Geographic Society honored him with the Planetary Leadership Award for his exceptional dedication to ocean conservation. In 2019, he received the United Nations Environment Programme's Champion of the Earth Award for policy leadership, reflecting Costa Rica's environmental policies. That same year, Time magazine named him among the 100 emerging global leaders who are shaping the future and defining the next generation of leadership, underscoring his role in defining a new era of impactful, responsible leadership. Most recently, he served as the Master of Ceremonies for the Climate Mobility Youth Day at COP29 last November, and has been actively involved with the United Nations Convention to combat desertification, serving on the advisory committee for COP16, which took place in Saudi Arabia this past December. Furthermore, his recent appointment to the United Nations Committee for Development Policy underscores his continued influence in global governance, where he works alongside international experts to abide on key development strategies. Before assuming the presidency of Costa Rica, Mr. Alvarado held the role of Minister of Human Development and Social Inclusion, and served as Executive President of the Joint Social Welfare Institute, championing policies to improve social equity. Following this, he led as Minister of Labor and Social Security, focusing on labor rights and economic inclusivity. President Alvarado's academic background is equally distinguished. He earned a bachelor's degree in journalism and a master's degree in political science from the University of Costa Rica, followed by a master's degree in development studies at Success University. Currently, Mr. Alvarado brings his diplomatic expertise to the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy as a professor of practice in diplomacy, an executive education keynote, and a senior fellow at the Edward R. Murrow Center for a Digital World. Please join me in welcoming former President Carlos Alvarado Quesada to deliver his keynote address on the future of democracy.
Thank you very much again, and thank you all. And I want to first thanks for the invitation to address you this morning. Also, congratulations to all the organizers that made this symposium possible. To say that it's a timely topic, it's an understatement, I believe. I was just thinking that in other contexts, years back, if we were to discuss democracy on the brink, we'll see it as something business as usual. I don't know if you have had that conversation either with a relative, somebody on the street, and they will say, I don't believe in the system. I don't believe democracy works. It's not giving anything to me. I believe we need something else. And some of those conversations stop there. And some either argue, well, perhaps we need somebody strong that comes and fix all of this. And I've been in plenty of those conversations. I believe now we're in a moment that those kinds of elements we see are more evident. Democracy, it's like health, especially for the younger ones. We think of our own health, especially when we start to lose it. We usually don't think of our own health. And I can tell you that because a couple of years back I was really good, my sight was really good. I could see from really far, and now I just start noticing I can't anymore. Last week I was in New York City in the UN, in the Committee for Development Policy, and I took the wrong train because I deceived myself into thinking E was D. But you see, we don't think of our own health until it starts to, until we see its fragility. Similarly happens with democracy. Democracy sometimes is defined broadly in its minimum to elections. So that's what some people, that's their connection to democracy. I vote every 4 or 5 years. That's democracy for me. For others, if you go a little bit further, no, it's not only about that. This has to do with checks and balances in a system. And then you have another concept that gives more depth to it, but also alienates many people that will ask, what are checks and balances? Not necessarily all of the people get to that criteria. So I'm going to offer 3 dimensions that I believe are worth thinking about when we discuss democracy. And if these add value to the symposium and to your own personal journeys, I believe that will be a success. 3 concepts that I do think are worth considering, worth thinking about when we discuss democracy. Going back to that conversation, to the point when people say, I don't believe the system is working, the question is, what will work then? And I think that's something we constantly need to put out there. Then what will work instead of democracy? Challenge that notion. The first topic I want to talk about from the perspective of power, but it can also be applied to citizenship, to any citizen. The exercise of being a citizen is the self-restraint in power. That's something we don't talk about often from the perspective of power. What do I mean by that? When I was in office, I was a little bit younger than now, and my counterpart in the judiciary, the president of the magistrados in our case, was an elder judge. And we will have conversations, and he will always underline the importance of self-restraint in power. At the beginning, I did not really pay attention to what the meaning of that was, because at the beginning I wanted to do lots of things, and I wanted to exercise power, to make things happen quickly. But then, with time, I realized that, to some extent, when you go to the limits of the power you have been given by the people through the vote, because that's something we need to remember a lot. Power is not exercised in a personal capacity. You're invested in a power through an agreement, most times called a constitution, written by a broad group of people and agreed. And that same constitution says that through an election or through a procedure, whoever gets invested in that power receives that power as a delegation. It's delegated on that person. And also, when he or she appoints somebody, it's a derivative of that power. So the power from the people through the constitution and an election to invest somebody, and then even to appoint others to exercise it. I remember going back to my conversations with the Chief Justice in Costa Rica, that would be the equivalent about self-restraint. We have very cordial but very tough arguments, particularly on topics like budget, or where were the limits of the action of the judiciary and our own limits. Very respectfully, but very heated debates. So I remember one time there was a particular ruling of the courts mandating an investigation on the executive that required going into the offices of the executive to find potential evidence. In being confronted on that, I knew that I had the power to stop it. Not even legally. With the police, who was under my let's say, but what would happen then if I would have done that? We would have had an institutional and constitutional crisis. But not only that, democracy is also about the time interplay of actions. We tend to think of democracy of a game of the now only. But whatever we do in present has consequences in the future, even through generations. We can either erode the system by our actions or strengthen it. On that particular moment, I decided it was not that, and I knew that that's the procedure. So we allowed them, we facilitated for them to go in and take whatever computers they want, to follow the due procedure. Obviously, that had great impacts in the communication. You know how this works. But that self-restraint protects the democracy. And that applies to any branch of government or to any level. Why? Because whether it's when justices take their power further or start to use their power because they will have their own government for certain privileges, or congressmen and women use their power to go to other privilege, that starts to undermine the system in front of them. And the people say, see, it doesn't work, but for them, it does work. Self-restraint is an important part of protecting democracy. Understanding that power is delegated. And that we have to be very careful, very responsible in what we do with it. Because it's not only about the now, it's about the consequence of it. And that sounds very distant, on the other hand, to community, to empowerment of people, to to ownership. Perhaps that's the other dimension that's lacking when we talk about democracy, where people feel, because it's more a feeling than a thought. Feel it's not working. It's because chances are there's not an ownership or a practice in a community where the connections of actions can be reflected on reality. And that's a very difficult thing to make it visual. But I do believe there is one of the keys to preserving and exercising democracy. How people, through their own participation, action, empowerment, can see the change happen and why it is necessary and why it is important. I took always the saying from the climate book, but I think it's very valid. That it says that every adaptation is local. In climate change, when you do certain interventions to adapt to what's happening with climate change, either infrastructure because the sea level is rising, either planting more trees because the temperatures in cities is going up. Whatever intervention that happens on neighborhoods, on blocks, on communities, every adaptation is local. Therefore, it's very concrete when you do interventions to transform the people's lives and livelihoods. But we tend to think that democracy doesn't necessarily happen locally. We tend to think about it that happens either on a capital, or in the UN, or in a COP, even in the city hall, or a city council, but not many people go there because they say it doesn't matter. We need to make that connection visible because through community and through empowerment, and when people realize that their actions, their activity, their behavior transforms dramatically their realities for them, for the neighbors, for the children, their community, then it's another different mindset, another different thing. It's not only this democracy that we talk as a concept comes to life as a practice. I don't think about democracy. I live democracy. I experience democracy. And when you engage with others, you will then start to also see that we have different points of view. And that we need to engage with others and commit and find understanding. And also understand, sometimes agree to disagree, but in a very civil way. We need to bring back the practice of democracy to the local. Perhaps it's not every adaptation is local, but every democracy has to be local. That sense. And I think what I've seen in the past years in the Tisch College is one of the great practices there is in Tufts University of that regard, of thinking about the life of how citizens should take an active role into transforming that. We have this sense of grandeur, and I've seen it, experienced it. You know, being on the halls of the UN, being on the COPs, if that doesn't connect with community, we're failing. Epistemologically, we have this sense of center, you know, the center and the periphery sometimes. I think we need to challenge that. Center is wherever meaning is. And if we devote meaning to community, then that is center. And we can transform it. And then from that understanding, national government or multilateral institutions, instead of trying to give all size fit for solutions created for community, what they should be doing is empowering, enabling to come up with their own solutions, exercising their own agency. Sometimes we're stripping away agency from the community by trying to define what the solutions are. That's not the role there. The role is enable, empower, provide the tools so people can find their own solutions. How many times in the development world we've seen that, oh, that worked in this place. Let's scale up that solution. And then we wonder, oh, but so weird, it didn't work around the world. Why? Well, we were out there and said, this is what you have to do. took away all the magic of the process, of the connection, of exercising the community, the local democracy. We need to change our thinking. But then, from self-restraining power in the different levels, we need to exercise the power of the community and transform how we think about it. Especially starting with politicians in higher levels. It's just different centers of importance. We should not fall into that epistemological trap of thinking one is more important than the other. They're just different and interdependent. My third point, also going with words and concepts, I think we blame a lot of things on the wrong words. We say democracy is not working. The system is not. In the UN, multilateralism is not working. By the way, I encourage everybody not to use the word multilateralism. That's from the international relations sphere. Outside that, nobody cares or understands what it is. Until you say, no, a system rule on base in international law. People say, oh no, that makes sense, to protect that, to preserve that. We blame it on the wrong words. Let's go to that, multilateralism. The system is not working. Is it the system that's not working? At the end of the day, the system is the reflection of the will of its participants. It's not necessarily the system that's blocking it. Using that language appears that it's something out there preventing it from happening. The system works through its actors. Similar sometimes in democracy. But I do believe that we sometimes say democracy is not working. And we put all the blame on that. But what about other things about that system? Because people say, no, the democracy is not working. I mean, you see all those people doing well. And I'm minimum wage, or I have a hard time studying, or I have a hard time finding housing. Or is that democracy always fault? Or there are other considerations? There are components of greed that we have encouraged because of the system, because the system needs to work. Sometimes for that, the rules work. We need to bring into our attention that the pressures on democracy might come as well from the system of capitalism, which I'm not saying we need to turn down itself, but we need to see what their impact is being on the endorsement that people give to the system. And perhaps to find counterbalances to its effects, to help people, to understand that we are better off in that community exercise, whether it's a neighborhood, whether it's a region, whether it's the whole planet, chances are we're better off if those that surround us are also better off. That doesn't seem logical at the first, right? For many. Perhaps because we're not exercising that sense of community. I do believe we need to challenge also, if we say democracy is not working, are we really talking only about democracy? Or is it something else? Yes, there are things, and I experienced it firsthand, within the system that do not work. Bureaucracy for once. Systems. Sometimes you feel you're not fighting to do well. Sometimes you feel you're fighting bureaucracy in order to make things happen. But we need to bring that to conscience also, to make things more efficient, to make them work. Our current challenge, I believe one of the most pressing ones, is demonstrate the benefit of democracy, the protections, and also the potential to do good broadly to the people. And not in a way that, yes, the best system ever. No, at least saying, if I think about those options, yes, it's still better than the other option. I will always stick with democracy at the end, because that's also a very correct discussion, and people say, you see, countries that are not democratic are better off economically, and they advance really fast. Well, sometimes it's because if you're to build a highway or a building, you don't need to ask those neighbors. You just do it and relocate people. No questions asked, no petitions, no capacity to put a legal resource over. We need to see that other route. I am, even though what we see, I am hopeful. Because I put that hope not on chance, not on external factors, but I put that hope on the will of people. People that's willing to engage, people that's willing to work. There's a recent study that demonstrates that. Confronted to two impactful measures, one positive and one negative, nowadays we have a high capacity to recall the negative and a high capacity to forget the positive impacts. Very asymmetrical. When I speak in the climate world, we talk about the 30 by 30, the protection of 30% of the ocean and 30% of the land achieved by 2030, which actually, it's committed. In 2019 it was launched, in 2022 was endorsed, even though everybody thought it was impossible. 190 countries agreed to that, and that's going to give the planet a chance in its nature to survive. Most people don't know that happened, and that it's ongoing. But that also demonstrates that good change is possible if people engage, if people root their hope in action. Democracy, it's also perseverance. When Nelson Mandela addressed for the last time the parliament of South Africa, finishing his term as president, his first and only term, he ended saying very wisely and conscious of his own history as a country and personal history, he ended up by saying, and the long walk continues. Democracy is not something that happens one day. So, as life and as its health, it's something that needs to go constant nourishing, perseverance, constant fighting for it. So even in the bleakest of moments, if we give up, give it up. Perseverance is perhaps one of the strongest values we need to exercise today. And hope, but hope rooted in action. Also, thank to you all to participate in this, because this kind of activity is the root of hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Carlos Alvarado, for those incredible remarks. We have time for a couple of questions from the audience. I encourage you to take this time to ask what is on your mind. And please, there are microphones on both sides of the auditorium. Introduce yourself. Make sure to ask a question rather than a statement, and keep it under 60 seconds.
Just have to turn it on.
So I typically allow the students to make questions, present a question. I just want to publicly thank you on behalf of Nicaraguans for your incredible courage. I need to say that you took an immense political risk, showing empathy to 200,000 refugees, and you went and you put your political career at risk. You are a global example of political courage. Thank you, Mr. President.
Hello, I'm Isabel. I'm from Brazil. I study at the University of Brasilia. I'm a political science student. And I feel like in Latin America right now, we're having a very big problem in social participation, social action. So So as someone who made people attend the second round of voting, more than the first round of voting, what are some strategies that you might feel that help people engage more politically?
Thank you. Thank you for your remarks. Appreciate it. And thank you for your question. I do believe, well, and Brazil is one of the champions actually of some of those measures. For example, participatory budgeting, which is an example. Why I think that's critical, because it makes it very concrete for people. Whether you participate and you have a say into what's going to be executed in your community. Why many politicians don't like that? Because it's giving power away. But you know, as in the example of a safe neighborhood, I've realized that sometimes when you give power away, you gain lots of power, of other kinds of power. So I do believe that's one key. Our countries in the region, and I think that's the case for many countries, have a very central approach to government, inherited mostly from colonial times. So you have us, because back then it was not even Brasilia or San Jose. It was Madrid. Madrid, in the case of Costa Rica, it used to be Madrid to Mexico, Mexico to Guatemala, Guatemala to Costa Rica decision. But now still it's kind of the same. You go through national government to whatever, if you have state, then to municipality, and you see that divide strips away lots of the agency. I'm more and more following Amartya Sen also. I think we need to revisit that concept of development as freedom. Part of it, it's not only the achievement of the development, it's the process that gives you the agency to really take your destiny on your hands. So that strategy I encourage, because as you say, we tend to participate a lot when it's an election, especially when things are getting, kind of scary. Then everybody goes to the polls. But before that, we have, as a whole, I'm not saying, we have abandoned the democracy to the hands of others. So there's also responsibility. When somebody says like, no, the system doesn't work, I don't care, we have to also say it's not only their responsibility, it's our responsibility. I also say I see Felix there, one of my students, hey Felix. But I also say a lot, what is it that we actually have? We live in a world that gives too much power, even symbolic, to resources and money. But think again about Mandela, or think about Martin Luther King, or think about this coalition of countries that made the 30 by 30 possible. It was not necessarily about money or resources. It's about voice, good ideas, good change, people participating, and there's a huge power in that, positive power.
Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Leticia. I'm a student from Brazil, and it was so interesting for me when you talked about self-restraint, because it made me remember a part of Brazilian history in the International Court of Justice, because we had this judge called Antônio Cansado Trindade that was in the ICJ for so long, until 2022. And his way of understanding human rights and being in that position was through the human rights focus. So meaning that in his decisions, even you had the will of the parties, he still would push very hard on the woman right thing when it's needed to be said. However, the actual judge, Leonardo Brink, he disagrees with Antônio Cansado, and he thinks that you need to keep yourself as a judge in where the parties want you to be, just to solve what they need to be solved. So when you talk about being, I want to know your opinion that when you are in the position of power, being in the judicial part or not, how does self-restraint can coexist with a necessity of push a woman right thing, and it's still like, because there's this understanding that maybe which one is more democratic, to push a woman right discussion when it's needed, or to be where the parties want you to be. So I want to know your opinion about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a good one and a tricky one. Also because democracy, by definition, is a contested arena. Democracy achieves decision by the rule of majority and the respect of rights of others, even minorities. But it's a contested arena. Now, there's this idea that democracy is only the rule of the majority. And if I have majority, I can do whatever I want. But in a democracy that has in place the respect of certain rights, that's not the case. So how to act in a position of power confronted of that? And I think that's a legitimate dilemma. Some have the approach that I only have to implement what the law says and or the political parties, depending, and that's my role. Others believe that even though that's the key role, there's also a necessity to interpret not only the written word or the custom, but the moment and those parts that are not necessarily written. For example, even from the Charter of the UN or certain constitutions, when you talk about the people as a group has not always been understood the same. Let's say ancient Greece. In that time, the people that were part of democracy were landowners, men, that's it. Small group, even though there was a larger community. So I do believe that's a contested area in which people in those positions have to make decisions in that sense. I don't think necessarily that sometimes it's might be a matter of self-restraint or not. Some might argue you're going beyond your mandate. So they will say, no, I'm exercising legitimately. I do believe that the worst cases is when you exercise it, that happens very often, in self-interest. You exercise that power, you go beyond, and that erodes the system. I've also seen decisions in which, by a ruling of a judge, a situation even perceived, again, going against the majority, but giving rights to people, it's a courageous way to change societies. And it's a value-based and rights-based decision. Let me give you an example from Costa Rica about this self-restraint as I see it. In 1948, there was a civil war in the country that occurred because of not self-containment or restraint of power, because there was an election and there was allegedly fraud in the election, because the executive used its power to rig the election. There was a conflict, there was a civil war, and the rebels won the war, and they took upon the power, and they created a junta, and they drafted a new constitution. Up until then, the story goes like in that direction, kind of. But then they decided not to destroy the reforms the previous government created. And then they abolished the army, even though they won a war. And then they, after 1 year, they gave power back. They were very conscious. The typical case will go like, and I'm not going away because the people need me. And I'm going to use the army to preserve peace. They did something different. Leadership matters a lot on those cases. I mean, common sense in many places is, oh no, you stay in the junta, you keep the power, and that's it. No, they gave power back, they drafted a constitution, made some changes, and that changed dramatically the history. It impacted generations. Again, what we do in a specific moment does not only affect the present. What we're seeing or what's happening now might reverberate for generations. I do believe, for example, the UN was only possible, its creation and its vision, because there was this, and I use this word, but there was this hangover with conflict, with populism, and understanding that we needed something different in order to provide benefits around the world. And that allowed that kind of system to. But that was generations ago. I think memory has eroded a little bit the understanding of from where that comes from. But I think it's important to be very conscious about that in exercise of power, and also when calling on power to restrain.
Time for the student to grill the teacher now. Hi, Professor. My name is Felix Bhattacharya. I'm a student at Tufts University and at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, and also a student in your class. The assignment is going well, by the way. Myself as an American, and I don't know if I can speak for other Americans here in the room, but I was very embarrassed by the video of our president that was posted yesterday online. My question to you is, are we experiencing a backsliding of democracy in this country and in countries across the world? And if that's the case, what role can we play to rebuild democracy here? Thank you.
Thank you, Felix. My first question will be, which of all the videos? But as I am a citizen of another country, I also use the rule to be very respectful about my opinions of other countries. That being said, I do believe the backsliding of democracy, it's all across the democratic world. I don't believe there's one exception of democracy that is not under pressure. And I believe it's not just one factor. There are many factors. One, I believe, is I believe the model after Second World War is exhausted, or at least needs renewal. Back then it was very clear. I use a lot an example of Germany. In Germany, the discussion is a little bit different because of what's called the culture of remembrance. Germany's got a constant culture to constantly remember things that have happened in the past, to understand why things ought to be different in the present. And even though we have been seeing all the shifts in Germany, we also see people rallying very actively against that and create something what they call the firewall to an extreme far-right regime. But there's this culture, so I see some erosion of that notion of democracy. Also because we don't exercise it locally as much. Why? Because also we are very distracted. Social media, it's another element. And it's an element that under a very light, let's say, free speech argument, which I believe is free speech, but I don't know if this is free speech, it's, I think it's propelling discourse of hate, it's putting lots of agenda out there. The media itself, independent media, because it's not based anymore on advertising, it's eroding as well. 2 decades ago, any newspaper or television program will rely on having advertisement in order to be on air. When that money goes, it's centralized in platforms. Ownership is on the platforms. And actually now they're starting to intervene what the public debate is. So freedom of the press is compromised. Social media is part of that. I do believe also inequality is having a big toll. And inequality, both materially but conceptually. We live in a world that, it's not a right-based world in which we engage with others on the basis of rights, regardless of what we have or don't, or even regardless of what we look or not. If you look, for example, to the history of of racism. Before the 1400, there was not such a thing as racism as we know it now. At all. It was, for example, not related to color. For the 14th century, it was not connected to color. It started first connecting to creed, actually. So there was the infidels, and that started that connection. So anyway, those elements coincide in what we're seeing now. On the hopeful side, turbulent times also can deliver good change. There's a saying, and I remember very well when my time in office, there is not a good sailor on a calm sea. And this is not a calm sea, so we have to become better at being sailors or captains to manage it. But try to make the ship arrive into a safe harbor, and a good one, and a better one. I do see that margin. But it also takes persistence, taking time. When is it going to happen? I don't know. How, in which way, I don't know. But it's for citizens or people exercising that democracy to make it happen. I see the hope there. And it's a bumpy road. But, I mean, the human condition is that. It's not been different. The human condition is that. And we see examples from the past that it can be successful in hardship, but it can be successful.
Thank you so much. We have time for one last question.
Good morning. First of all, thank you so much, President Alvarado, for your such an amazing speech. It was really insightful. I'm Kira Sacramento. I'm a medical student from Brazil. And my question goes regarding what you just briefly talked about of the preservation of memory in Germany. Because I think in Latin America, I can say more precisely regarding Brazil, we have such a difficulty in memory preservation, and right now we see in Brazil a lot of people asking for the remilitarization of the state, and we see that maybe we have a lot of people that don't know exactly what this means, because we have such a lack of preservation of the memory of what was the terror of our dictatorship. So I would really appreciate your insights on what we can do in Latin America to preserve this history of what already happened in our countries, and why democracy is so important that people nowadays take for granted. Like, it's not just votes, it's like freedom of speech, it's freedom to be freedom of freedom, and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that question. That's actually a topic I'm interested, not to say obsessed with. I'll tell you why. I like to study, but then I realized, I thought I was an expert on universal history. And then I realized I was actually an expert on European history, you know? And then when I tried to reflect on my own region, I had lots of blind spots, or why is this like this, and why is it like that? And then I got more, again, obsessed with the importance of concepts in that memory and how they shape our reality. Another of those examples came also from my time being in Berlin. After I finished my term, I went to do a fellowship in Berlin. And I started to play a game with myself. So I will be in Berlin and I will try to decipher whether I was in East or West Berlin in the past, just by looking at the surroundings. And I got really good at it. You know, in East Berlin, you have tramways. In West Berlin, you have the buses. So you start to see that, the kind of building, the kind of how it is organized, the parks, many things. And then I said, it was so evident that concepts shape the way we build the world. I mean, in the same proximity, only divided by a wall, sometime in distance, that changed lots of things. So concepts are connected to with that, memory. The memory we carry, even though we don't know it, from our ancestors, our families. And I've been obsessed with that. For example, and Alejandro will understand this, in Costa Rican Spanish, we have a word for the devil. It's pisuicas. But that's only in Costa Rica. That's very rare. When you trace that back, that's a word, it's on a language called Huetar that disappeared in the 7th century. So that's a word we carry from that to the day, without even knowing it. We carry lots of small programs in words, in habits, in things that comes from our heritage, even though we don't understand it. But we're good at forgetting why things are the way we are. And as we forget, we stop endorsing them. Now we live in the dominance of the now. If I want a book, you go to a place and you want to have it right away in your door. Well, I'm talking a book, hopefully a book, anything. Being immediate is, but we don't think of the consequences that to the future. We don't think if we have a conflict on the trauma that's going to bring to people, and it's going to pass through generations, it's going to affect the whole society. If we start to grow, but we start to use resources from nature, and it start to exhaust it, we don't necessarily consider what's going to happen to the next generation because of that. And many will say, well, I don't care, they'll have to fix it up. Currently, we're on a trajectory to 3 degrees Celsius. And it's we need to be at 1.5. Currently, our trajectory is 3 degrees. That's also because our memory does not consider neither the past nor the present nor the future. We have a monopoly of the present. So memory, it's a good way to understand better why we are, why certain things are the way they are, why chances are it's better not to militarize. Yesterday I was on a talk in the UN on military spending. So the argument goes, we need to be safer, we need to increase military spending. Many people, even in my inflexible agree necessarily in that approach. I say that chances are that might give us now the sense of being more safe, yes. But I argue if we invest least, as is happening, in sustainable development goals, in climate change, if we do not relieve the debt of countries that are on the brink of default, we're making a least safe world around the corner. So as another friend from the military said, well, yes, we need to figure out how to do both. Well, there's the other argument too that diplomacy needs to engage in order to, I'm not saying to eliminate absolutely, I'm Costa Rica, but I know it's unrealistic, but to go to schemes that were in place in which you jointly agree to decrease and to invest in other things, because you understand the impacts of that. Obviously, we're not that moment, but memory, engaging with that, thinking not only on the monopoly of the present, but on the future, intergenerational responsibility. That's why youth is so critical, because the younger are going to live in that world. As you see, memory is one topic that obsesses me on that. There's a key there. And to bring that memory to democracy enables things. I do believe it's critical. Education is critical. And also making it engaging. Culture is critical. Culture, the arts are critical for us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alvarado, for this explanation. I encourage you all to join us for the remaining panels that we have on the day. Thank you.
democracy, basic needs versus democratic values. I am honored to have you all here today. My name is Sophia McGee, and I am one of the student organizers of this symposium. I'm a sophomore majoring in international relations in Spanish, and I will be moderating this panel. Today we will cover many pressing issues that are incredibly relevant to our current political climate. In times of crisis, whether due to conflict, economic collapse, or political upheaval, governments face a difficult question. Should securing food, shelter, and stability take precedence over democratic principles, or is sacrificing democracy, even temporarily, a dangerous path towards long-term authoritarianism? History has shown that when people struggle to meet their basic needs, democracy can seem like a luxury rather than a necessity. Populist leaders often exploit these moments to consolidate power, while distrusting government can push citizens towards embracing authoritarian measures. At the same time, we must consider, can democracy itself be a safeguard against crisis? How do states transition back to democratic governance once temporary measures erode civil liberties? This panel will examine how crises affect the balance between governance, security, and democracy. We will explore the trade-offs between civil liberties and state authority, including the long-term risks and ethical dilemmas of crisis-driven autocracy. We will also look into peace-building solutions in post-conflict states, considering how states and citizens can collaborate to ensure that democracy delivers on its promise. On a broader scale, how can the international community support struggling nations without imposing external agendas? We're honored to be joined by an incredible panel of experts who will help us navigate these difficult questions. At this point, I will introduce each panelist and they will give a 5-minute opening remark. Then we will move to discussion questions before opening up to the audience for Q&A. I am pleased to introduce our first speaker, Radwan Ziada, who is a leading Syrian scholar and human rights advocate, currently a senior fellow at the Arab Center in Washington, D.C. He has spent years documenting human rights violations in Syria and has testified before the UN Human Rights Council and the U.S. Congress. As the founder of the Damascus Center for Human Rights Studies, he has been at the forefront of efforts to document war crimes and transitional justice in Syria.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's timely. I enjoyed first being a student at Tufts in 2009, doing training on nonviolence. It's good to come back 16 years after. Everyone, if you now renew students, look to the future to be a leader in the future. The second, of course, I enjoyed the remarks of the President, Carlos, President of Costa Rica. I visited Costa Rica in 2016, and I'm really surprised by the country leading voice in Latin America, especially on the eco issues and environment matters. My name is Radwan Ziada, and I've been the Syrian regime, the old Syrian regime, of course, issued a death sentence for me in 2009. I was unable to go back to my home country in almost 18 years. After the fall of the Assad regime on December 8th, 2024, was the first time I visited my country in 18 years. And now I'm coming to you from Syria. It's an incredible journey to visit back your childhood neighborhood, to visit all your old friends, and to be able to visit back your country. It's true the country in ruins after this, the most devastated civil war kind of country happened. Almost 1 million lives lost from 2011 until 2024. We have more than 7 million refugees in 137 countries. And of course, above all of that, you have 5 million Syrians inside the country displaced. At the border between Syria and Turkey in the north, you have more than 4 million. At the same time, when you see the devastation in the country and destruction, as example, my hometown called Daraya, which is just 5 kilometers south of the capital Damascus, it's 80% of the town. It's been destroyed completely. The population of the town 300,000 before, now it's only 50,000. Have almost 250,000. They cannot, even they've decided to go to their hometown, they cannot do that because there is no homes for them. And above that, their sources. The Assad regime left the country completely corrupt. It's billions of dollars in debt for countries like Russia. At the same time, when the new government controlled the capital and seized the central bank, there's only 100 million in the bank. They cannot pay even for the employees for 2 or 3 months. And this is exactly the dilemma that Sophia opened the forum here between the basic needs and the democratic values that the Syrians they are looking for. But I do believe that it's a very tough transition for Syria right now because there is a preconditions for any transition to go through. And the best, of course, to have a sizable middle class to be able to carry the transition into a democratic transition. And this is the dream of the Syrians. But at the same time, according to the UN, 91% of the Syrians under the poverty. And this is why the electricity in the country, it comes only 1 hour per 24 hours. There is no economy that can run with the situation of electricity, lack of drinking water, millions of generation out of school, be able to adopt them and go back to school. As I said, 7 million refugees, maybe they ask themselves if they will be able to return or not. And this is the question, the debate in Syria right now. What's the political priorities? At the same time, how we'll be able to run the transition, to be able to move to be a normal country, respect its human rights, respect women's rights, and look into the future. I think that in Syria right now there are 3 key challenges. The first one, of course, the sanctions. Syria was under one of the most severe sanctions in the world after Russia and Putin and North Korea and Iran. And the Syrian sanctions started in the US imposed sanctions on the Assad regime. Because the Assad regime, the father came into power in 1970. He died in 2000. His son replaced him but continued his policies until he ousted in 2024. We're talking about almost 54 years of dictatorship. And now for the first time, the Syrians, they have hope. And this is during these 54 years that the West, the United States and the European Union and the United Nations imposed some kind of sanctions against the regime. Back in 1979, then in 2004, because the Syrian regime was responsible on the killing of the Lebanese Prime Minister in Lebanon. Then in 2011, because the regime adopted policy shoot to kill, they killed thousands of peaceful protesters after the erupt of the Syrian revolution in 2011. Then, of course, the most extreme sanctions adopted by the U.S. Congress, what we call the Caesar Act in 2018. Those set levels of sanctions make the Syrian regime, it's unable for any government to be able to move forward. It's trouble. The Caesar Act, as example, in 2018, sanctions any entity or any individual can work with the Syrian regime. The argument the Syrian government right now, and most of all the Syrians, believe that those sanctions imposed the Assad regime, now the Assad regime is ousted, should the sanctions be lifted to be able to build a new country. Of course, the EU, they lift some of the sanctions. The US, they give license, exhibition license for just 6 months. But there is no lifting on the sanctions on the central bank, as example. If you are a Syrian or any entity want to invest in Syria right now, you can't do that. And this is why one of the challenges. This is why the sanctions is maybe the key issue. The second issue, the reconstruction. As I mentioned, we saw in the World War II, it's Dresden. We have, let's say, tens of Dresden in Syria right now. If you part of Syria, Damascus, like Jobar, Kabul, or Daria, if you go to the Homs, the third largest city, Aleppo, the second largest city, the destruction, it's unbelievable. And then I wish I went before to show you some of the pictures I took during my journey in the country. This is why, without putting priority as reconstruction, to be able to find houses and housing for the displaced and the refugees, I don't think that the transition will be easy. Most of the transition maybe will be very difficult and maybe erupted by political and social unrest. And the third issue, of course, justice. The Syrian witnessed one of the horror years because the Assad regime used different types of crimes against the Syrian people, war crimes against and crimes against humanity. And the most notable one, of course, the use of the gas, the sarin gas, the chemical weapons against the Syrian in 2014, which lifted more than 1,400 people to lose their lives, among them 400 children, and continue to use the chemical gas 37 times according to the UN and other international organization reports. And of course, they use the barrel bombs. The barrel bombs is a stupid one. It just costs $10,000. It's a mix of iron pieces and TNT, and they drop indiscriminately on the populated areas. And most of, in fact, 90% of the refugees we've seen in Europe and other countries, they fled their houses and towns because of the extensive use of the barrel bombs. And then, of course, the shelling that's left most of the neighborhood in Syria to leave their houses because the indiscriminate shelling that. And the torture. I mentioned the Caesar Act in 2000 because this is the commemorate the name of the person who took 55,000 pictures of dead bodies in one of the secret prisons in Syria. That's back in 2013. Imagine now in 2024 how much this continue such kind of systematic industrial scale of torturing and killing people. And this is why transitional justice now it became a top priority for the Syrians. And if you go to everywhere, everyone asking for transitional justice. Most of the let's say the key figures within the Assad government, they left out with him into Russia. And this is why it's opened up into what type of accountability the Syrian they can do in the future. But the mechanism of transitional justice are truth commission and prosecution or justice and accountability, reparation, and memorialization. All of these key issues now in Syria, and almost it's a debate in every, not only in every town, but almost in every house, how we can do and how we achieve things. I think I exhausted my 5 times, but thank you very much and look forward to have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those powerful words on your experiences in Syria. I would now like to introduce Samson Itodo. Samson is a Nigerian lawyer, democracy activist, and the founder of Yiaga Africa, an organization dedicated to promoting political inclusion, electoral integrity, and civic engagement across Africa. He played a key role in Nigeria's Not Too Young to Run movement, which successfully lowered the age limit for running for public office. With extensive experience advising electoral commissions, political parties, and international organizations, Itodo is deeply engaged in strategies to strengthen democratic institutions and youth leadership across the continent.
Thank you very much, Sophia. Good morning once again. First, let me thank the organizers who invited me to contribute to this discussion. I think across the world, one of the most topical conversations about the future of democracy and the fact that democracy is under scrutiny for a lot of reasons. And I'm not surprised we're talking bread before politics. And from where I come from, I'll flip that and say politics before bread, because politics and democracy just have the potential of delivering its promise of either development or security or meeting the needs of people. I've got a few slides and I'll just race through them, and I'm sure the slides will be available. As we reflect on the discussion whether democracy is on the brink, I think Africa presents a counter-narrative, and I've chosen to focus on democratic resilience on the continent of Africa. And just to say, in case you've not been to Africa before, Africa is not a country. Africa is a continent of 54 countries, because I always preface my remarks with that, because traveling around the world, you hear people say, oh, Africa is a country. Please, Africa is not a country. It is a continent of 54 countries. Okay, so what's the state of democracy in Africa? Freedom House tells us last year that if you look across 54 countries, about 46% of African countries are not free. However, 37% are partly free, and 17% are free. So if you look at the climate, it tells you that across the continent of Africa, most countries cannot be considered free. And it's whether democratic rights are protected, or there's accountability, so many reasons. Next slide. Now, Afrobarometer, which is a renowned research institution, shares this data. When you look across the continent, the appetite for democracy is quite high. A lot of Africans believe in democracy, they want democracy. However, the kind of democracy we practice is the one that poses a big challenge, and it's actually one that does not respect rights and does not deliver on its promise of development. So if you look at the data, over 80% reject one-man rule, so 80% of Africans reject military dictatorship. But there's a data set that it's not in this slide, and it's the way young people actually perceive, democracy and also military rule. And we'll see that over 66% of young Africans are beginning to clamor for alternative forms of governance other than democracy. And what's the reason? The next slide. We see coronation, electoral coronation, as opposed to credible elections. Last year was a super year of elections. All the countries in green had elections. But if you look at those countries and check the quality of those elections, a lot of them were actually flawed. I don't want to spare controversy, but my brother from Rwanda knows what I'm talking about, but I won't go there. The next slide. So you look at the state of electoral integrity. This is from the Electoral Integrity Project, led by Peter Norris at the Harvard Kennedy School. If you look at the data, you see the countries below who are ranked 1 to 30 are in red, 31 to 50 are in orange, and then green it's about 51 to 80. So what that simply tells you, if you look at most of the countries in red, they are all, countries in Africa. Yeah, and that will take me to the next slide. Now here we are. There's military takeovers in the continent. And the problem is not the takeovers, it's how citizens are responding. Please, once I'm 5 minutes, just let me know, I'll stop. Right? Now, it's not about the takeovers, it's about how citizens are responding. So you go to the street of Mali. Mali is in West Africa. You see citizens rejoicing that there are military coups. And there's a reason why people, and young people are celebrating these takeovers. It's simply because political leaders have failed, to deliver the promise. Next slide. We've also seen protests. There's been exponential growth in protests on the continent. Nigeria had the End Bad Governance protest. Kenya had the Reject Finance Bill protest. Ghana had its own Fix the Country protest. If you look at Mozambique down in Southern Africa, they've also had their own round of protests as a result of election manipulation. So young people are organizing and speaking from the streets and rejecting this sort of authoritarian rule. The next slide. Maybe let's go to the last slide. That talks about why do I call this democratic resilience? That in the face of authoritarian rule, citizens and young people are organizing and they are asking bigger questions and they are holding leaders to account. And if there's something that gives me hope, is the level of civic activism that is driven by digital mobilization or digital activism. And I dare say that whether democracy delivers, which is my conclusion, because I'm currently doing research around protest in 3 countries, in Senegal, in Kenya, and Nigeria. And my conclusion is that if we're going to flip, democratic backsliding or democratic recession to democratic resurgence or democratic renewal, there are 3 things that will determine that shift. The first one is state repression, the second is digital activism, and the third is civic activism that we see on the continent. And that way we're able to push back on this democratic backsliding on authoritarian rule that we see on the continent. I think it's a good place to stop, and I'm happy to engage with your questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker that I would like to introduce is Seth Karamaji, who is a development economist and peace builder specializing in conflict resolution and governance. With over a decade of experience managing governance and peace-building initiatives in Rwanda and Nigeria, he has led projects fostering civil-military relations, interfaith dialogue, and institutional capacity building. As a scholar pursuing a PhD in global governance and human security, Karamaji's work bridges academic research and practical peace-building efforts.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tufts University, for this great opportunity. It is not my first time to be here. Tufts has become a home for me to strengthen my community of peace builders and good governance practitioners. This is really appreciated. Thank you, the organizers. I wanted to start with an end in mind in my insights, because since the beginning of the symposium, a lot has been said, analysis about, the distortion and erosion of democracy across the world, and it is indeed disturbing. We can see it, and we can fight against it in our own capacity. But my thinking is actually to start thinking about what can we do in our simple capacity, in our possible ways, to prevent the distortions or the mislead about democracy, and what can we do to strengthen democracy? What can we do to build democracy where it has not existed before? I come from Rwanda, where it is a region, actually I would say that most of the countries around have never existed in terms of democracy. They have existed in other types of governance, but not in democracy, in my own opinion. And today we are talking about, democracy at the brink. But have we gotten there? No, we are actually starting to build democracy, to understand even what democracy is. So that is why I'm coming from that perspective of saying, what can we do to build democracy? Not even talking about, protecting it. So it's so many places in Africa. Africa is a continent with so many countries. And I would say that more than 8% of African countries do not know what democracy is. Why are people celebrating military coups in Africa? It's a question. Just look around. Feel how comfortable you are. How, you are not afraid of associating with people of any color, of people that are coming from different parts of the world, but in Africa, in some places, in many countries, living in one country, you may actually see your neighbor as a stranger or a foreigner, and that is what led Rwanda to the genocide that we experienced in 1994. We lived a governance that was separating people along ethnic lines. In many African countries, societies are divided and governed along religious and ethnic lines. And early warning indicators are there. Nobody's talking about it. People are talking about national security, but we are forgetting to talk about human security first. Human security as defined that it is the freedom from fear and freedom from want, as it was defined by United Nations Development Program in 1994. That is what is actually supposed to be the foundation of building a sustainable democracy. And in many African countries, human security is not there. People have no good health services, they don't have food, environment is degraded, and then more conflicts arise from there. How can we talk about democracy before that? You can't think well, you can't sleep well, you can't decide well when you are hungry. So what do we start with to build democracy? That is what I'm saying. There is an element, I was sharing with Samson this morning, an element about, breaking the norm of understanding civil-military relations. I'm happy that our keynote speaker talked about, what the UN is talking about in terms of, increasing the budget of the military across the world. What does this mean? It means people are still thinking about national security, securing borders from foreign threats, but the threats within, the basic early warnings that are actually leading to distortion and erosion of democracy are not being catered for. So what I'm saying, let us go back, you young leaders and senior leaders here, I don't call anybody future leader, you are all leaders in your own capacity, to start thinking about building a synergy that actually looks into building systems that promote early warning systems right from the grassroots level to the national level, wherever you are, so that we can be able to see how the military is actually practicing its responsibilities within this particular country that you might be working from. Because from where I'm coming from, I have seen that the military is playing a big role. If the military is recruiting for an ethnic group, if the military is very corrupt, if the military is very biased, gender biased, that is what you're going to see in the governance of the entire country. They're saying that the Western norm about civil-military relations is that the civilians should control the military. But in actual sense, the military is controlling the civilian leadership in many parts of Africa. And this is not being talked about. So what I'm calling upon for is for us also to see what is the military's role, so that we don't wait for the military to take over and we see people celebrating the military. Why should the military be quiet? Why can't we question what the military is doing from a democratic point of view? So we can say more about this, but what I'm saying also, let us remember about transgenerational trauma. It is all about early warning. Trauma, many leaders that are taking over from those leaders who are suppressing them, they are also traumatized. But it is very hard to know that some leaders are traumatized. How can we get to help the leaders? It is very difficult, a leader to know that he's traumatized. Somebody who has experienced oppression, suppression, refugee life, and torture, they are not all as brave as Nelson Mandela, who was was able to overcome this. So that is a big challenge as well, in addition to the military practice. Thank you. We can talk more about this.
Thank you everyone for your opening remarks. And now with these remarkable experts, I look forward to moving into a thought-provoking discussion. My first question is, in times of difficulty, how should a state prioritize securing basic needs for its citizens and upholding democratic values? In other words, how can you reconcile citizens' immediate needs with long-term democratic resilience?
I think this is a challenge, and in Syria, as example, in a country, lack of resources, at the same time, you have tremendous human needs on the issue of refugees, displaced people, and the basic resources like water and security and all of that. This is why I think that the current administration, they adopt a term called normalization with all neighbors. That we need to have good relationship with all neighbors. That the former Assad government always play the cards of making trouble to others and enforce others to pay for us, and those money always spent on staying in power rather than actually satisfying the basic needs of the country. And normalization relationship with all other countries, that's a good step to be able to focus on domestic priority, which domestic priority is based on now you need to move forward into the future and to deal with the legacy of the past into more a realistic way. That Syria cannot deal with the past quickly and swiftly, especially with the issue of, as I mentioned, transitional justice when I was there. A lot of issues of revenge happened on different parts of the country. If you have a formal process of transitional justice to avoid, minimize any kind of revenge, and then open the formal process of justice. The second issue, and that makes so much pressure on the government, as example, on displaced people, especially 3 million on the borders, and they cannot go back to their, and at the same time you cannot do any reconstruction because of the sanctions. It became a circle. Nobody knows exactly how to break it. There is not enough money, and those people who left because of the policies and the actions of the former regime, how to deal with that to be able to move forward. And the third issue, which very, very pressing issue, lack of money and resources for the future. And the current government cannot pay its employees. After a review of process, they discover there is more than 400,000 just on the paper. They never done any work before, and they never even go to their offices. And if you decided not to pay them, damn if you do it, damn if you don't do it. And it's a dilemma with the lack of resources. I mean, it's a tremendous challenges for any government now in Syria right now. But at the same time, you see the optimism in the country who's been under dictatorship for 54 years. And this is why you need to capture this moment, optimism to build on it. To put a national agenda, a national plan to be able to move forward. At the same time, there is some friends, especially in the region, they can help on this. And at the same time, I do believe that there is a black slide of democracy, of global authoritarianism. It's rising. And we saw that the impact of Putin, as example, on Russia all over the world. In my country, Syria, the same. Russia involved in behalf of the Assad regime in September 2015. Russia committed war crimes and crimes against humanity, against the Syrian people. And at the same time, they still have military bases in Syria. This is why I think if we are in a better world, maybe we'll see more that countries in the EU or in the US step in and help the Syrian people. But this is why we have to deal with the reality, be more realistic that this is your own country and maybe most of the world, they don't care about Syria, even they don't recognize where is Syria on the map. This is why you have to set an agenda based on your domestic needs and move forward. Thank you.
So, there's a reason why young people love politics. Because some of the decisions that come from our sort of state houses and parliaments do not reflect the priorities of young people. And that's why they're expressing this discontent. And I think that one way government can prioritize, the needs of people is through responsive governance. I think that government needs to respond to the needs of the people. And as long as governments build mechanisms to first know what are the priorities of citizens, this is why civic participation is important, and understanding their needs and taking actions to respond to those needs. If you look across Africa, last year, a series of protests, and if you look at Kenya, the reason why young Kenyans went to the street to protest was simply because the president sponsored a finance bill that sought to increase taxes, including taxes on sanitary pads, to about 16%. That bill was to also give a state institution unfettered access to the private data of citizens. And young people said, no, you cannot do this, so reject the finance bill. Now, when they spoke, the parliament refused to listen. In some cases, they called young people as KFC jesters who cannot force government to take any action. But these young people proved the government wrong, and they organized. And they rejected the bill. So you can't say you have a Congress, you have a parliament that takes decisions that does not align with the public interest. And this is where government needs to pay close attention. The second is about decentralization. There's so much concentration of power at the center. And we're not devolving powers to the local governments. And in this case, I'll say local governance. If you improve local governance, you strengthen local governance, people at the local government level will feel the impact of governance better. Whether it's improving their socioeconomic conditions or welfare or security, I think that local governance provides a huge vehicle. And I'm a strong supporter of deliberative democracy tools, because when you infuse public deliberation in public decision making, it enhances and improves the inclusivity of as well as responsible government. And lastly, I would say, speaking about how we have harvest, the interest of citizens as a way of fixing the problem with democracy, I'd say that today when you look at political leadership on the continent, it's a young continent. The median age is 19. The average age of a political leader in Africa is 64. Keep in mind they are all men, very limited number of women. So you cannot talk about understanding the priorities of citizens if you don't have a diverse outlook. And this is the point I make about young women, about women. When you have a decision-making room that is just concentrated of old and expired politicians, in any case, old people, you're going to get the kind of decisions and the kind of leadership that we see on the continent. And I'm strongly averse and opposed to it.
I would just say that I would only think about two things that I think should actually be done or considered for any country to emerge or grow from authoritarianism if it is a country that is actually growing from conflict situation like Rwanda, we should be seeing the needs of the people in two categories. First category is a psychological category, and the second category is a physical category. Psychological category that is related with social cohesion, social interaction, freedom of association. I'm just talking about from the experience of Rwanda. Before 1994, it was always a norm and a custom for wherever you go, you have to show your identity card, indicating that you are this ethnic group. You are a Hutu, you are a Tutsi. But after the genocide, that was abolished, and the government promoted a one-people nation. That before people got food and health services, they started feeling a sense of association. And that is very critical for building democratic values. Samson, you agree with me. For those who saw how I was dressed yesterday, that dress the attire I was putting on is from Nigeria. And if I was dressed like that, and I go to the northern part of Nigeria, I would be very welcome. They would see me as a brother because I look like them and I dress like them. But if I cross and I go to the southern part of Nigeria, I should be dressed like this and I will be highly respected. What does this mean for building democratic values in a society? A society that is being governed along divisive ideologies is very dangerous. So what should be done? It is to make sure that immediately after the conflict, or if you have analyzed that the conflict is occurring, it is good to work on the psyche of people to feel that they are one people. That's one. Then from that, as long as they have that sense of feeling that I'm not going to be denied of any public opportunity because of my ethnic or religious group or belief, then they start feeling a sense of belonging. That's how trauma starts getting, healed. Then you work towards physical needs. And physical needs, of course, they also contribute. That's the human security I was talking about. Contribute to democratic values, building democracy. If people have food, you are giving them some programs that are helping them to modernize their agriculture. You are helping them to provide health services to the victims of the violence and also promote transitional justice you are talking about. For the perpetrators and the victims to come together and start talking about. For perpetrators also to be pardoned, to come back to the public and start talking about. We are celebrating Mandela because when he got out of the prison, he never said that he wanted to revenge against those who imprisoned him for more than 20 years. But he said, no, we cannot keep the cycle. So it is very important to break the cycle of violence by really making sure that victims don't become perpetrators in the near future.
Thank you very much, everyone, for sharing your thoughts on this question. Now I'd like to move into my question on what are the long-term risks and ethical concerns of temporary authoritarian measures in crisis situations?
I mean, in Syria's example, a dictatorship of 54 years has no ethic at all in any level. This is why now, I said many times, we are on the level 0 of building democracy. Not even 0, it's a minus because you have to deal with the legacy of 50 years of dictatorship. I've been in Rwanda, I lived there for 2 months, and in South Africa to learn from transitional justice experience before how you can apply it into the country of Syria. Of course, always there is lessons learned into best practices and bad practices, how to avoid the bad practices and how to empower the good practices in countries like Syria. This is why, in my view, that transitional justice is a legal political mechanism. And this is why always you have to find the right balance between moving forward into the political transition, at the same time meet the needs of the justice on a country who witnesses mass atrocities in the past. It's not an easy, because always you have group pushing for more inclusive transition, and there are other groups and the victims, of course, pushing for more accountability. And in Syria, as example, when we say a million lost their lives, we can imagine how much level of prosecution if you decided to do accountability as a priority. At the same time, you will fail in transition because you will push the country more into second phase of the civil war. And this is why exactly looking into the right balance between political transition and transitional justice is one of our priority in Syria right now.
So when you think about risks, one of the things that we learned from the COVID-19 pandemic is that governments across the world cannot succeed without public trust. If citizens don't trust government, there's no way government can deliver governance outcomes. And so one of the risks is actually loss of trust. And I think it's important because there's, on the backdrop of this democratic backsliding, is this push by authoritarians to renegotiate our values. What to trust and what not to trust. What is truth and what are alternative facts. And I think that at the heart of this discussion, I think we risk, losing public trust. And you cannot galvanize citizens around nationalistic ideals if they don't trust government. The second risk relates to the assault to fundamental rights and freedoms. That in authoritarian regimes, there's no respect for rights. And so you look across Africa, and including other countries in Europe and also Asia, where press freedom is limited. There are cases of attacks and detention, including killings of journalists. We also see the shrinking civic space across not just Africa, but also across the world. And so one risk is this erosion of human rights and fundamental freedoms. And one last risk is this perpetration of individuals in office, where for those who are conversant with African politics, it's called the Mugabeism. For those who don't know Africa, Mugabe was the late president of Zimbabwe, the six-tide syndrome. So Africa plays host to leaders who have held office for 35, in fact 40 years. Paul Biya in Cameroon is close to 100 years old, but he has held office for over 35 years, going to 40 years. Keep in mind, they always have election, and he always wins that election. If you go to places like Uganda is in East Africa, where you have Museveni. He has ruled also for over 35 years, quite old. Elections are conducted every election cycle. He always wins. And so when you think about those risks, you see how this moment we are, if we're not careful, it empowers authoritarians to continue to consolidate power and keep themselves in office. And I dare say that there has to be a movement and a coalition of the willing. And my call, to those who are at this symposium, that in any space you find yourself, please be a voice for democracy. because we're at a time when we need more voices for democracy.
Yeah. There, I go back to the aspect of what kind of society are you building, what kind of society are you living in, and the risks that I see with authoritarian regimes, long-term effects on democracy include actually, damaging the culture, the spirit of creativity and innovation. Because in most societies from these countries that are led by authoritarian leaders, there is a kind of top-bottom narrative or belief that whoever is on top knows it all and can tell you what to do. And that descends all the way down from government institutions to education and in families and in places of worship. So you find that fathers and mothers in those societies, they actually instruct their own children and their children do not make any choice. It goes all the way up through schools, lecturers, teachers, professors, they instruct, they don't engage their students into a very constructive dialogue forum like this one. That is really a big risk to democracy. And it is something that should really be looked into. And I bring it back still into the civil-military relations perspective. You find that authoritarian leaders start building what we call tribal military. Building a tribal military is very dangerous. Yesterday I was asking one of friends that we met, and I asked, where does your country recruit from? And it was just an interesting, response to tell me that, some recruit from tribal groups specifically, or others recruit from, foreign countries or immigrants, stuff like that. So what does that mean? It means the sense of patriotism and constitutional protection is no longer there from a military perspective, but an interest of an individual. So all that, when it is happening, it's a big risk that needs to be looked into.
Thank you very much for highlighting these very specific risks of authoritarian regimes. And now my next question is, does citizen support for authoritarian measures signify a rejection of democracy or a failure of democratic institutions?
I think depends on the experience of the country, especially when you have a long years of dictatorship, of course, the people eager to see freedom, to see a democratic change. But we see that in what we call the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring started in Tunisia and Africa in 2010, 2011, then Egypt. After Egypt, we have Libya, protest in Libya, and they be able to change the regime of Gaddafi, who ruled Libya in 41 years, since 1969. And then after Libya, we saw that in Yemen and in Syria. Syria started with the Arab Spring, but finished too late after 14 years of struggle. During those, of course, the Arab Spring, we saw an element of democratic change and adaptation of responsive government, but at the same time, because of the failure of too many things, of course, the lack of state institutions, the lack of professional army, the army interfered in the case of Libya, in the case of Egypt, and then of course the role of the non-state actors like in Hezbollah, the rise of ISIS, the terrorist group who played critical role in Syria and in Iraq as example. It's too many things. But of course, a key actor here, the role of regional institutions and international institutions. We saw, one of the reasons we saw a successful transformation from authoritarian regimes in Eastern Europe, as example, the role of the EU institutions, who set up principles of democratic institutions and economic measures to be able for any country to join the EU club. And that's played very important role for Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic, Slovakia, for Croatia, other countries, Poland, who are actually eager after the 1990 to join the EU, but they have to meet the certain requirements. In the Arab countries or in North Africa and Middle East, there is no democratic international institutions. The Arab League is very autocratic regional organization. This is why it's failed the mission to be able to transform those countries during the Arab Spring. At the same time, the international community was not very interested to engage on democratic principles. It was more interested into stability, and no matter what's the cost of the stability for the long term, and lack of course, democratic leaders in the region. Of course, in Syria right now, we cannot say that we are going into a democratic pathway. It's a very, very optimistic way. But it's more pluralistic, of course, political society. I just participated in what's the historic, what's called the National Dialogue Conference, which gathered more than 600 Syrians all over the country. And I was one of the key expert speakers on transitional justice and on constitutional reform. You see the people are looking for the future more and more, and to see what type of state institutions now can we build to make a difference in the future. But at the same time, we have to look into other Arab countries, like what's happening in Egypt, as example, backsliding into more authoritarian military government. At the same time, the civil war erupted in Yemen and in Libya. It's Syria can different, what the Syria can do differently to be able to, through all of these challenges. I can tell it's a very promising time. You'll be able, after 14 years of war, to be able actually to enjoy dinner at 2 a.m. And in no matter place in Damascus, it's incredible. I've never seen in Iraq, where in Iraq, as example, after the U.S. Military intervention there, they have 100,000 of troops, but they have curfew at 6 p.m. No, in Syria, with the limited forces, at the same time you can enjoy travel everywhere in the country, very optimistic, but at the same time, of course, no one has money, lack of money, because the Syrian pound, it's a fall into, when I was in Syria in 2007, every $1 equal 50 Syrian pounds. Now $1 equal 15,000 Syrian pounds. I met two officials, among them the Prime Minister. His salary is $60 a month. I mean, a professor in university, his salary is $21. Imagine with such economic situation, how to be able to mobilize and move politically into more pluralistic and democratic transition is not an easy, and it's required a lot of involvement from grassroots movement, at the same time political leaders to put together a pathway into democracy. Thank you.
I think the question is just straight to the point. I don't think in Africa the citizens reject democracy. And in the previous slides that I shared, it was very clear that over 60% of Africans still prefer democracy. So the data tells us that Africans still prefer democracy. However, there's a rejection of the failure of institutions, that institutions are unable to perform their statutory responsibilities because of capture of those institutions. One of the institutions that have been captured is the judiciary. You cannot talk about justice if the judiciary is captured by political elites. You can talk about credible elections if electoral commissions are already captured by politicians. You can talk about political parties if political parties are run by oligarchs and the money bags. So it's a rejection of those institutions. But the data tells us that Africans still clamor for democracy. However, if there isn't, there isn't any concerted effort to rebuild public trust in democracy, we actually risk a moment when citizens will clamor for military dictatorship, like we're beginning to see in some countries like Mali, like Niger, and Burkina Faso. And our hope is it doesn't go beyond these three different countries.
Actually, we are talking about Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, but if you look at the heads of states of African countries, most of them are retired or ever long-serving military generals, which means even where the coup has not taken place recently, but they're still under military leadership. So I want to say that African people do not like authoritarianism, but they have no choice. Because I think the keynote speaker this morning said that democracy is like oxygen. And democracy is embedded into human nature. Among ourselves here, who doesn't like to make a choice of what you believe is good for you? Democracy is about making a choice of what you believe is good for you, even if we don't go for data. Who doesn't like to make a choice? If you are within your own home, family, do you like always to be dictated on what to be told to do? I don't think so. So they like, Africans too, want to make decisions and choices on who they want to lead them. But they have no choice. And still, I'm sorry if I bore you with my civil-military relations concern, I'll ask you, when you reflect back from your respective countries, how, if you can think about this, how are people getting recruited? For what purpose are they getting recruited for the military or for any other security agents for? Patriotism, protection of the constitution, or just they have no bread on their plate and they can see the military as a source of where they can earn a living? Samson, you can tell me what you can do. Right? And insurgents, they have enough to recruit for whatever purpose they want to do because people have nothing to survive on. Right? So, but if they were not hungry, they were living in good conditions, they would actually refuse to join those insurgent groups and refuse to be in a tribal army and actually make decisions by themselves because they think they can live without any other person in support from the top. So, in a nutshell, yes, they also like democracy, but there is still a big challenge that they have no choice.
Thank you, everyone, for your responses and highlighting key issues in the regions you guys are talking about. At this point, I think that we should open up to the audience for Q&A. I would like to reiterate that questions should be kept under 60 seconds and should be directed at a panelist, but other panelists can answer as well. Thank you.
Okay, hi, I'm Leticia. I'm a law student from Brazil. My question is for all of you, actually. I think that when we talk about basic needs, a good start of it is to define it, is to understand poverty in the world. So also to define what poverty is. In Brazil, for example, we do not have a definition of poverty. and it's not a consensus in the world how to define poverty, so we can do it in an income way, like if someone gets into this amount of money, she is poor. If it's a bullet, she is not, but there is also a way of measuring it considering the multidimensional way, multidimensional poverty. So my question is, to define who needs assistance, do you think the income way is enough, or do we need to do it multidimensionally? And also, how to create consensus on measuring poverty and defining basic needs in the world? Thank you.
We'll answer after each question.
Yes, of course, there is a poverty and extreme poverty, and those two different measures. And now I think the World Bank now defined the extreme poverty as $1.65 per day. As example, in Syria, according to the UN, 91% of the Syrians are under poverty line. And of course, the country now depends so much on outside assistance and UN assistance. But at the same time, you don't see extreme poverty as high as other countries, especially the countries went through the civil war, lack of resources, sanctions, and all of that. And this is what always amazed me about to study the resiliency of the Syrian people. And this is what we call outside of network, where culture, religious concept can play a critical role. As example, because of the sanctions, and then at the same time that the former regime controlled the banks. We don't have private banks until 2005, but we have 6 private banks, but all these 6 private banks owned by the regime themselves, oligarchy. That's his cousin, his nephew, and all of that. This is why after the liberation in December 2024, all these banks, they discovered the new government, it gave billions of dollars as a loan without any guarantees. And this is why they cannot guarantee the depositors. And they decided to close the bank. Now the banking system is not working until to sort out who's who and who's actually be able to run the system. But at the same time, you have the outside official, it's not the black market. Outside we'll see the formal market. Those people, they don't contribute taxes to the state at the same time, but they do an amazing work in charities, as example. And there is in Islam, as example, there is a term of zakat. That's everyone able have to contribute 2% of his income. And those played very important role. Tell you just one story. I moved back into Syria in December, exactly after the liberation. And a guy from Michigan, he called me and he said to me, I need to contribute the family who've been helping to do, because a girl, she's 11 years old, and of the shilling before, she lost one of eyes, one of her arms, and he'd been contributed to do some medical surgeries for her. But because of the difficulties of the life in Idlib, he need to help the family themselves. And he sent with me $8,000 to give to the family. And he said, and he gave me a piece of paper and just the name of the person to give it to you. But I'm going actually to Damascus, and Damascus to Idlib, it's almost 6 hours driving. He said, just give it to this person in Damascus. I took the 8,000, I looked for the person, and I gave him the money, 8,000. He said, thank you, I just put it here, receive. I said, right, it should be a receipt, it should be a system, it should be, and none of that. And 2 days later, I called the person in Michigan. I told him, did that person who gave me the name receive the money? He said yes. And I'm surprised that the system based on trust outside of the formal, because there is no banking system, and this is type of trust among the Syrians. I think, helped the Syrians in this resiliency in this difficult 14 years. And this is why it's now been 3 years, and there is no salaries by the public institutions, but still that's the people be able to enjoy life and to do. This is type of networking outside of the formal system, and there is a study now for the World Bank comparison between Syria and other countries to other countries in Latin America, they never been in such kind of civil war before, but at the same time they have higher level of extreme poverty compared to the countries in the Middle East, and trying to study those type of concepts and the impact of those concepts on the formal economy. Thank you.
Yes, please respond.
Well, thanks. Thanks for that question. First, let me just put it out there. I have my bias against Bretton Woods institutions like IMF and World Bank, so I won't go into that, but I just thought to preface my remark with that. Because I say this because for the most part, I think some of these institutions are the biggest sources of our problems, especially in the developing world. And I did reference the Kenyan protest. Part of the protest was actually driven by the condition imposed by the IMF on Kenya just to access $2 billion loan. So I do have issues on how these institutions tend to influence and shape the way developing countries address some of their issues. But I think the question about the income-driven approach. So I come from a country, Nigeria, and there are about 250 million Nigerians. And then in 2023, there was the report that came out from our National Bureau of Statistics that there are about 110 multi-dimensionally poor Nigerians. I'm sure that's the case for other parts of some developing countries. So when you look at issues around access to health, access to education, access to food and security, these are bigger issues. But the question is, what kind of social safety nets exist in these countries to address the basic needs? And you ask the question about the basic needs. My understanding of democracy is that political leaders exist to do two things. And that's what the Constitution says in most parts of Africa. One is to address and meet the welfare needs of people. Second is their security. And all this derives from the whole concept of social contract. That there are two contracts that the state engages with citizens. The first agreement is that we surrender certain rights and power to you to take decision on our behalf. And the second, that in turn, you will provide our welfare and security. And I think that the state needs to understand that it has responsibility of meeting the basic needs. I think there is no need that is as basic as access to healthcare, access to quality education, access to food, access to a clean environment. These are the needs that individuals need to thrive and do what? And pursue happiness, which is at the heart of any democratic expedition. So that's as basic as that. It's the fact that whether you're a woman or you're a man or a young person or a person with disability, that you have an opportunity, to improve the quality of your livelihood. And so if the social conditions of people does not improve, they will continue to question democracy. And I say that democracy has the potential of meeting those needs if and only if election does not produce dictators, but it produces leaders who can be held to account and deliver the responsive leadership that society needs.
Thank you for a great question. I think most of it has been covered by my fellow panelists. But let me just talk a little bit about the definition of an international definition of poverty. I am also, biased with it, like Samson said, because I would like, to learn and get to understand what the international definition of poverty is. But what matters most for me is actually the local definition of poverty by the people of that particular country. Because when we talk about, as I was defining what UNDP defined as human security as, is the freedom from fear, right? And freedom from want. So that freedom from want actually defines whether poverty is, at stake or is not there. You see the reaction of citizens in different ways, in different aspects, and it can tell you. And then the state itself, like you say, can design mechanisms, put up infrastructure and strategies that will address local definition of poverty from that particular state. Because sometimes if you follow the income-driven approach, sometimes it might be in the hands of oligarchy, like I was saying. You find that there are just a few elites that are managing all the income-generating industries in the country. Is that human security? No. Many people will become slaves of those rich people. But the reaction will show you that some people, although the GDP of that particular country is very high, there are some people who are actually protesting because they feel they are poor. They don't have labor rights, so they have a lot of fear on what is happening within even that rich country.
Thank you so much for that question. We have time for one more.
Hi everyone, thank you so much. I'll try to be brief. I think, and my question is directed to Samson. I think we can sit here and talk about, that it's not necessarily true that bread comes before democracy all day. But I think in some places, if you really go down to the ground, then it becomes clear that reality or the way that people think is a little bit different. I'm from El Salvador, and if you go and talk to the people there, I think the cultural memory of the peak of gang violence is so present that for people, democracy really is a fair price to pay in exchange for safety and just security out on the streets. And sometimes I see movements in Serbia, for example, where protests have been going on since November, or protests in Kenya, where protests did wield a good result. And I'm just wondering, I would love to get your insight on how you suggest we build momentum, or how you suggest we push for people to get past the fear of retaliation, or get past the fear of going back to how things were before, and building grassroots resistance against regimes that are turning authoritarian. I'd just love to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks for that brilliant question. Three things. In terms of building momentum, I'd say the power of narrative. I think it's important to build strong narrative about why it is important to move on from the sort of experiences of the past. But in building that narrative, you also need to highlight some of the lessons. And I think that storytelling, and whether you call them sites of memorial, is very important for building those. In the field of social movements, in the field of contentious politics, is what we call contingency. And contingency, it's at the heart of building momentum. And when you look at what are unexpected, so first, what are unexpected events, that trigger action around a particular issue. So you have unexpected triggers. And those come as a result of those narratives, how you use imagery, things like videos, to galvanize people. There are some unexpected events that will trigger people to act. That's important. But also spontaneity. It's also one of the theories that drives sort of collective action. And I think that one practical thing to do in terms of building momentum, and building grassroots resistance is doing the groundwork of putting people together and helping them understand why it is important to take action. But not just why it's important to take action, but what would be the consequence of not acting. I think that would help. The third is building a strong coalition of the willing. And I say that our movements, the grassroots movements, need to be diverse. And we are actually at a time of solidarity. And my sort of notion of solidarity is built on 3 principles. The first one is deference, that we defer, to the people who are worst hit by either a violation of rights, because we rely on their leadership. And why this is important, often we express solidarity without listening or waiting for a call to be made, because often when we act in solidarity, we might be undermining the struggle. So that's why it's important to have a call and a response framework in solidarity. The second is difference, that we are different, and our strength actually lies in that difference. And in this case, I invite you to read Audre Lorde's Master's House and the Master's Tools, and where she talks about, drawing strength from our different identities. And lastly is disagreement, and that we might disagree with someone or a group of people as to the cause or as to their approach, but that shouldn't prevent us from expressing solidarity. And if we're going to reclaim democracy and renew trust and faith in democracy, we need a solidarity that is built on difference. That regardless of our differences, that we can still stand in solidarity with each other. That's the kind of power we need to build if we're going to push back on authoritarians. I hope that addresses. Thanks.
We're going to take some more questions.
Hi guys, I'm Talita. I'm from Brazil and currently pursuing a bachelor's in economics, also in Brazil. Well, I noted down my questions so I don't make myself confused, so I'm going to read. We had the opportunity to understand a little bit about the democratic, or even better, the undemocratic situation in Africa due to the fact that so many countries are still trying to pursue the democratic system. I would like to hear more from Samson and Seth about where's the hope to achieve democratic system coming from. In my humble opinion, I think it's coming from the youth, but there's still a huge challenge, which is fighting for basic needs and corruption, mainly, and also the classic problem in Africa that in certain countries we still have like groups that don't along with other groups, and it still creates a tension in that place. So I would like to hear from you guys about it. Thank you.
Yeah. Where is the hope coming from? And I think I said this at the beginning. Where my hope is actually where the journey of my own country is and my practice personally, because I believe in building infrastructures, systems, and strategies that are more constructive and are more inclusive than actually divisive ones. So, drawing from the experience of Rwanda, you can see that what is mostly focused on, the priority, is not the freedom of speech, which is very key in my own understanding of democratic values, right? But the first thing is, do people have food? Yes. In Rwanda today, across the country, for those who have been to Rwanda can attest to this, there are interesting investment, huge investment actually, in agriculture across the country. There is huge investment in medical services across the country. Every single Rwandan citizen has a medical insurance, be it cheap or not, but at least has a medical insurance. Women who are dying from their own houses as they give birth, it is not happening anymore. They all go to health centers and they deliver with the support of medical service and medical personnel. Schools are being constructed across the country. Roads, electricity, 75% across the country, distributed evenly, equally. And that is not being seen as something that is being done in one region or one ethnic group. There's no complaint with different ethnic groups that we have in Rwanda that we don't talk about again anymore. So with that kind of, support for the survival of the people, monitoring it, fighting corruption, it gives hope that democracy will one day survive and actually rise in Rwanda. Because I believe that a person who has eaten well, who has good medical services, who feels very secure, that he doesn't feel like somebody is coming to rob his house, you can walk anytime throughout the day, 24 hours, I think that can actually lead to democracy. Like I said, authoritarianism can lead to lack of creativity and innovation. But Rwanda is one country that has not actually prohibited use of social media at any cost. Of course, those that are against the government, they're sometimes summoned and questioned. But anybody can question, can say anything, and they can learn from that. So I feel like there is that hope. As long as there is no this divisive governance that is telling people that you are a Hutu or a Tutsi, we are one people. And the recruitment in the military is not a recruitment anymore for only one ethnic group. The positions in the government is a position for either Hutus and Tutsis, depending on the competence and expertise of that particular person for that particular position. And lastly, we are proud to say that Rwanda is one of the countries that has involved the women in decision-making processes and also in political engagement. We have the biggest number of women in our parliament. So women are being motivated and encouraged to partake in any development programs across the country, in all aspects of governance. So what does that mean? Women are not segregated, and it is a basis of hope for democracy, because every single member of the society is actually supported in terms of living, health, and also political engagement is inclusive.
Well said. I hope after this discussion we can be friends. Because I want to push back on this. I hope we can be friends.
Yeah.
But
I'm open for the debate.
Yeah, because this is a debate.
Yeah.
I think all the stats that Seth reeled out are true. Rwanda is at the heart of the debates between a democratic state and a developed state. And it's one example, because yes, all these indices, great. But the fundamental question is at what expense? Is it at the expense of freedom? Rwanda is a highly policed state.
Yeah.
You know that very well. Secondly, you think about the rights of political opposition. This is the same, country where all the people who have stood against President Kagame, we know what happened to them. Currently, there's a crisis in DRC, and the role that Rwanda, is playing in that particular crisis. And so, I think it's important to strike a balance between, yes, the level of development. And again, I'm not a Rwandan. Rwandan can, you are Rwandese.
That is a good point.
But yeah, so you're Rwandese, but as a strong promoter of democracy and one that strongly believes that you need a developmental state, yes, but also a democratic state, and you cannot trade, because one of the debates is what's the sustainability of that? That if you've had successive elections, Kagame changed the constitution to contest for another round of elections, and what happens, whether the Rwandan model is a sustainable model. Again, we can have these debates, but there's nothing I have said that is new. These are debates even in the literature around democracy on the continent. But I just thought that to push you a bit so we can have further debates on this. But to your question, Brazil and most countries in Africa, or Africa, are considered those in the global south. And so we've got very similar experiences. And when you said, where is the hope? I think the hope lies in the resilience of democratic institutions in Africa, in addition to young people. When you look at Senegal, last year, the former president delayed the presidential elections. And the constitution requires him to leave in April, but he delayed the election to December, technically extending his tenure, and that was unconstitutional. Citizens protested, and it went to the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court ruled that the election should be held in March and not December, because the act of delaying the Constitution was unconstitutional. And today, the election held, and we have the youngest president in Africa, who is 44 in Senegal. So the institutions, we've also seen elections, rigged elections overturned by the judiciary. So that gives us hope. The second sort of way I see hope is Gen Zs. Gen Zs are giving us hope in democracy because they are challenging traditional political structures. And if there are any Gen Zs in the room, thumbs up to you. Please continue to ask the difficult questions and how you use social media to organize. Please continue to do so. But my sort of recommendation is be humble to learn from the older generation, and also ask the older generation to be humble to learn from Gen Zs. But your energy, your resilience is what democracy actually needs to thrive. But keep in mind that we millennials are not your enemies. We are your partners in this struggle. So please consider us your partners. But I think Gen Zs and how they're challenging, institutions, they're the ones who are mobilizing. In all the protests that I did flag, they were all led, by Gen Zs. And lastly is digital activism. I think it provides a huge vehicle and it gives us hope. And how you're using social media platforms, whether it's WhatsApp, TikTok, Facebook, and X, but X in quote, don't quote me. But then there's also a flip side to it, because this sort of data capitalism and how just one individual, I guess it's an academic institution, I'm free to say what I have to say, but it's dangerous to have one individual control the information ecosystem, and that poses a huge threat, to democracy. And I hope that as we have this conversation about democracy on the brink, we're able to bring a very strong coalition that can resist, this entire capture of the information space.
Thank you for those empowering words. We're going to take one more question.
Thank you for your speeches. I'm Sonia, I'm from Taiwan. My question is that a common criticism of democracy is that it's a Western concept and that it neglects local cultures and customs and also political practices. How would you respond to people who reject democracy because of this Western association? And do you think democracy can be implemented universally? And I'd like to direct the question to Mr. Kawamaji.
I think this will give me a chance even to come back to what Samson was talking about. In my open statement, I said that there are places that democracy has never existed. And there are places where democracy has existed, but it is eroding. And you have to approach these two challenges differently. So that's what I was trying to say, because I'm not saying that Rwanda's state is actually in the right direction, but I'm saying with the mindset and understanding of, starting to build a society that can lead to democracy, I think I have that hope. If we say Rwanda is emulating Singapore, that abolished completely ethnicity, if we can be able to abolish that particular issue, and we see ourselves as Rwandans without long nose and big nose and short nose, tall and short, then you can create an inclusive society. That is what takes me to your question. I think democracy is universal. I say that, actually building on what our keynote speaker said, that democracy is like oxygen. It is part of human beings' life because we all like to make choices, unless you're a baby. Even babies make choices. So the only problem is when people cannot be able to make choices because they are constrained by the environment they are living in. Environment that has been created by its leader or leaders. So we have to synergize our efforts, like I said, be it working from bottom or from top with different synergetic approaches to make sure that we build democracy wherever we are, in all institutions, right from the grassroots. Because we need to train people. Yes, let me say Rwanda is an authoritarian state right now, taking that example. I admit it is. I don't really believe that it is a democratic state. But what is the choice of Rwanda and Rwandans? Before 1994, when people were living abroad as refugees, and the choice of Rwanda today, where we see that we are not segregated along those ethnic lines, a lesser evil choice. What can I choose as a Rwandan? Would I say, no, let us talk? And when we are talking, we want to say, okay, the majority are this ethnic group. We need a big number of, this ethnic group to be represented in the parliament. And we start seeing ourselves along those ethnic lines. If we can be able to sustain that and address that, maybe we will also come to the element or to the level of understanding that security organs are not belonging to one individual, but they are belonging to the nation and are supposed to protect the constitution and the borders of the nation. So democracy is universal in my understanding. It is embedded into human nature, and we should practice it, we should protect it, we should build it. So wherever I'm coming from, we are starting to build it. And I hope we will actually achieve it.
And with that, thank you so much for attending this panel. I hope that this discussion has allowed you to think differently about these complex issues. And we're now going to go to lunch.
you for joining us. My name is Emma Roca. I am a sophomore majoring in International Relations and Environmental Studies, and I will be the moderator for this panel. So we're here to explore the ways in which legal systems, justice structures, and political ideologies intersect across different regimes, from authoritarian to democratic, and how they shape the lived experiences of people in these societies. This conversation is essential because the way justice is administered has a direct impact on our notions of human rights. Who gets justice and who does not? This question is not just a matter of legal frameworks, but it is deeply tied to the political ideologies in which these systems operate. In authoritarian regimes, we often see the justice system manipulated as a tool for oppression. The rule of law may be subordinate to the political interests of those in power, resulting in a system where dissent is punished and due process is denied. Democratic systems, while designed to protect individuals and uphold the rule of law, are not immune from problems of bias, inequality, and political influence. Even in democracies, marginalized groups face disproportionate discrimination, and political motivations still interfere with fair and impartial justice, if that is even possible. So the panel will examine not only the functioning of legal systems in different regimes, but also the broader societal implications, such as the role of law enforcement, the impact of incarceration practices, and the protection or failure to protect human rights. So the panel will start with a short introduction by each panelist. We will then transition to a moderate discussion among the speakers and then open it up to the audience for Q&A. So our first panelist is Camilo Maña, who is a distinguished lawyer and human rights expert from Colombia. As Colombia's former Deputy Minister of Justice, his work includes advancing the humanization of prisons, developing a human rights-centered approach to drug policy, and implementing mechanisms for transitional justice. He also supported Colombia's Truth Commission by leading the research on access to justice and impunity and the internal armed conflict for the final report. He has been a constitutional law professor for over 7 years and co-directed the Human Rights Master's Program at Externado University. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, the organizers, my colleagues in the table, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to take these 5 to 7 minutes, I was told, to do a general statement on my views on this subject, and then we'll have a little discussion. Let me talk to you a bit about the context from where I'm talking to you, which is Colombia. Colombia has 126 prisons, a population of 100,000 inmates, and over 30,000 guards in this system. I was in charge for around 2.5 years of this system as Deputy Minister of Justice. I was in charge of the criminal policy, of the prison system, of the drug policy, and of the transitional justice system in Colombia. This is a part of me. When we started when I started this position, I realized that it was very important to take a close look of the system. So I started numerous visits to different prisons in the country. At the end, I reached 76 different prisons. We created this methodology from restorative justice, trying to bring about dialogues directly with the inmates, trying to find the main issues and possible solutions to what the system had. It was said by the Constitutional Court that the Colombian criminal system was under an inconstitutional state of affairs, meaning that there was a widespread human rights violation in the human rights in the prison system, for around 30 years. We realized quickly that everyone has the same dignity in these different prisons, different places in the country, but they had different needs. Even if we heard often stories about lack of food, lack of different access to justice, for instance, there had many differential needs. So let me show you this picture. I'm sorry because I know it's It's still winter here, but it's a very beautiful island in Colombia, in the Caribbean coast, called San Andres. It's a paradisaic island, and there is a prison there. And when I got to this prison, the inmates told me, we would like to have more sunlight. This is a picture of Buenaventura, which is the place with the the sea with the most rainfall during the year in the world. And it's a port, it's a very important port in the Pacific coast of Colombia, a lot of Afro-descendants communities. And they told me, the inmates in this prison in Buenaventura, that they needed some water while it was pouring rain outside of the prison. This is a picture of Leticia, which is the capital of the Amazons in Colombia. It's a beautiful jungle, it's an amazing place to be, it's an ecological treasure of the humankind. And I went to the prison there, and inmates told me that they would like to have more fresh air. So at the end, these three images and around hundreds of images I could show you taught me that the system was conceived to have these people dehumanized, not only in the sense of the dignity, the liberties, and the amount of punishment, but also in the sense of the basic needs of people. People who were asking for air, for drinking water, and for sunlight. These are basic needs. So if we treat people as commodities, we start thinking that prisons are places to hold objects and not human beings. So we try to bring about a policy that could humanize this system. I don't have much time to tell you, but I want to tell you one or two living experiences. So when you try to humanize a system that works like this, you tend to think that you need to turn it down and just shut it down and just try to build it again or try to do something widely different. You need to change everything. In this job, I learned the value of the small changes. This was one of the first prisons I visited in the Caribbean coast of Colombia, Santa Marta. When I arrived there, we were going to open a new facility. There was a huge overcrowding, so I guess that the inmates were very happy because they would have more space. When I got there, they told me, listen, they are very bad, so you need to go fast, you need to open the facility and just get out of this place because something can happen. So, but how come that they are mad? We are opening a new facility, and they said, we don't matter, doesn't matter, please come and do it fast. So I get there, I said, no, we're going to do differently, I'm going to go in there, I'm going to ask them. So I got in there with a lot of difficulties, and once I was there, I started talking to them. It's a picture after me trying to calm them down and organize them, and I was talking to some of the representatives, and they told me that they didn't have running water, that they were not able to call their families while they were there, and that there was a lot of sun, so they were burned. So I asked why there's no water, and the contractor of the new facility said that it wasn't his responsibility because they had this place where the running water could be connected, but there was this pipe that needed to be put in place. And the guards and the contractor were discussing about who was the responsible for the pipe. It was a pipe this narrow. And at the end, I managed to do some legal talks and convince them to install the pipe. And everything changed a lot for these people. And it was a change this narrow. So I realized that we needed to intervene also. The narrow or the small changes have made a lot of impact and difference here. I have one more minute, and I'm going to tell you also about this, not this experience. Yeah, so I started confronting a lot the guards. For instance, here there was a facility in the east part of Colombia, in Los Llanos, where the inmates, there were women that were taken to this prison, and they were taken to a facility where there was only men. So they couldn't get out of the place, they couldn't work, they couldn't do anything, rehabilitation, they couldn't do anything in this place. So when I got there, I also, I promised them to have this new facility bigger for them to try to do things. And we succeeded doing that. This is the image of the new place. And when I entered there, people told me, but we are very, very happy. We want to go to the last place we were. Like, how come that's so small, so ugly? And some of the guards were saying, this is because they have drugs in there, so it's because of that. So I was upset because a lot of effort was put on that. But I started talking to them, and they were saying, listen, there's something going on. We have here only showers in the public space, and there are no curtains. And when we are washing ourselves, the guards are coming, they are giving us the letters, and they are filming us and taking pictures of us. I was really upset with the guards, and I promised them to have the curtains installed that same day. They said it's impossible, and I managed to convince them also. And this is the picture of them. I just realized going through my files, the picture of the inmates and me holding the curtains, and we were about to install them. So there was a lot of issues trying to work together, because some of the guards didn't want to go work with me, trying to humanize this place. And I realized that it was impossible to try to bring some difference if I was all the time clashing with them. So I needed to bring about different projects to try to work together with them. So I started working directly with the guards. Because changing the system means also working together with the people who work in the system. It means creating interinstitutional work. It means bringing the attention to other agents and other stakeholders. I have a lot of experiences about that. I realized I reached the end of my time. But the end of the story is that for around 2 years I was trying to bring different projects in different prisons. But changing the prison system is not only about changing the administrative conditions and the running water and the special needs of people, but it's also about trying to bring alternatives to punishment and alternatives to imprisonment. So we created an alternative to punishment for women who, instead of being in prison, could do social work for small criminal activities. And this program is supposed to reach 45% of the women population in Colombia, which is very important. And this has been implemented in the country. The results, maybe I have here some results, I don't, are that we have applied this new framework for 100 women that has impacted around 500 kids and 500 several families, and there is 0% recidivism. So when they tell us that we cannot bring alternatives to imprisonment because that brings a lot of recidivism, so this measure is actually replying and responding to that, and we have been implementing that for the last 2.5 years. I resigned. And now I'm doing research here in Harvard, and I'm a visiting professor at Brown, so I hope that we can have a further change. I'm sorry I took a little long. Sorry.
Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Feliz Margareta, who is the president and founder of Fundación Libertad. He is an academic, political activist, prisoner of conscience, and former presidential candidate in Nicaragua. After serving as the youngest ever Secretary General of the Ministry of Defense, he has dedicated himself to strengthening peace, democracy, and the rule of law. Today, he seeks to heighten international awareness of what he sees as Nicaragua's worsening political climate and human rights violation, and to help resource key human rights and pro-democracy organization. He is also an Oslo Freedom Fellow with the Human Rights Foundation. Thank you for being here.
again for the opportunity to speak here, and it feels strange to, in both ways, mostly positive, but also a lot of questions I'm sure that we're all asking about the state of global democracy. Democracy is under assault. It's an assault that is not only by tanks or by authoritarians in North Korea, in Nicaragua, in Belarus, even countries that we consider safe in their democracy are under challenge. I'm a trustee at Freedom House, and we have been measuring the health of democracy around the world since 1973, and this is the worst year in the last 20 years. 80% of the world lives in some sort of autocracy, so only one people out of 5 in the world lives in actual freedom. We have some hope in some countries around the world, but we are seeing an erosion of democracy for 80% of the world's population. This form of legalized repression is dangerous because authoritarianisms are building new narratives in which they're using some narratives that do not present their tactics immediately as what you will define as dictatorships. They use, for example, language around patriotism, language around common values, language around protecting the borders, language around laws to protect sovereignty against foreign agents. And I know this very well because I launched my presidential campaign in 2021, and just a few days before the primary election, not only myself but the other presidential candidates were all sent, some of them into house arrest. I was sent into an extremely inhumane prison. I was released 2 years ago, thanks to the relentless work of my wife that launched an international campaign for my release. My only condition was that it was not only me to be released, but all the political prisoners. And 2 years later, we were welcomed into the United States in a flight with 222 political prisoners. And upon landing in Washington, we learned that we have been declared stateless, that our families have been declared stateless, that all our property was taken away, and that the Constitution had been reformed to formally declare us traitors to the nation. In Freedom House report, this year, Nicaragua ranks #1 in the world as the country that has lost most points in the democracy index. And these are not only numbers. I know from personal experience that even someone that some people might label famous, for example, not necessarily that I am, but just to use the language of other prisoners who are suffering in my country, and they cannot be here, so I can be the voice of those that cannot tell you the conditions of a Nicaraguan prison. I lost 60 pounds in only 4 months. Some of my colleagues died in prison because they couldn't endure the conditions of absolute darkness, in some cases, light all the time. My sister had to quit her job to do a line to deliver 1.5 liters of water every day. That was the only water that was allowed to have. 3 hours waiting line to deliver 1 bottle of water. And some family members had to travel hours and hours to do that. And it was a method of torture for the families. And sometimes we could only see our family member for 25 minutes every 90 days. In my case, I didn't see my daughter for many years because during my house arrest time, I was not also allowed to see her. So she was 5 years old the last time I saw her. And when I saw my daughter again, she was 9, but I had not even read a letter from my daughter, not a call from my wife, not even a Bible. Extreme inhumane conditions. And these tactics are not only in Nicaragua. The foreign agent law, which was developed in Russia in 2012, has been used in other countries. Nicaragua is an example, but also Georgia saw this challenge, but there were massive protests in Georgia to try to stop that. And we see as well that the most direct way to neutralize dissent is to jail opponents. In my talk yesterday, I compared anti-personal landmines, which the Ottawa Convention labels as inhumane weapons. Arbitrary detention for political reasons is the new political weapon of authoritarian regimes. And when I speak about political prisoners, I'm not speaking about a politician in prison. By the way, in some parts of the world, that's actually good news. I'm talking a human rights defender, a journalist, a private citizen that simply tweeted, or a private citizen that went to church in Nicaragua public event, Catholic or religious events are not allowed. The priest and Protestant pastors have to show what their sermon is going to be every Sunday to a party member before they deliver the message. Some people is in prison for attending a public religious event. Political imprisonment isn't just about punishing individuals, it's about terrorizing entire movements. When a person is put into arbitrary detention for political reasons, exposed to torture, the entire political movement, if he or she is a journalist, their media organization has to redirect their efforts to free that prisoner. If the person in prison is a religious organization, they have to stop working, they faith-based work. If a student is in prison, the university has to redirect their efforts. 26 universities have been shut down in Nicaragua for repression against students that have participated in some sort of protest. So what can we do about this? We need to understand their tactics. And we know that their tactic is packing their courts with loyalists. We know that authoritarian regimes purge independent judges. They rewrite constitutions. In Hungary, Viktor Orban reshaped the judiciary to silence dissent. In Nicaragua, courts are used to strip citizenship. There's a new constitution that erased the parliament in Nicaragua, so we don't have the Nicaragua National Assembly anymore. We have a co-presidency, and both the Supreme Court and Parliament are under the direct co-presidency, which is held, of course, by Ortega and his wife. They get really, really creative, so way before House of Cards. When courts lose independence, justice disappears, but how can we fight back? How can we fight back? And dictatorships rely on fear, but when people organize, fear shifts to those in power. Even under repression, activists are allowed to organize. In countries like Nicaragua, where all bank accounts now are surveilled by the ruling party, we're using Bitcoin, for example, to send money to family members or some political prisoners because of the financial repression for political control. In Georgia, mass protests against the foreign agent law forced the government to withdraw this law. Even in Belarus, despite the brutal crackdown, activists continue to organize. So local organizing matters, even in extreme conditions. Human rights lawyers are important, particularly international human rights lawyers, when local and domestic processes cannot work. Defend political prisoners. They do it in mechanisms such as the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention. They can challenge repression laws, and they can document these abuses. So international legal bodies, even though some people criticize them, they are mechanisms that family members of political prisoners consider important. Or institutions such as the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, the European Court on Human Rights, the United Nations Human Rights Council. If you are studying law, for example, let me tell you that your work can be critical. If you're studying international affairs, your work can be critical. Use legal knowledge to challenge this repression. And finally, it's important to ask ourselves, what can we do? We can educate others, we can support human rights groups, we can amplify the voices of the voiceless and the oppressed, and you can use your skills, whether in law, in media, in technology, to defend democracy. I'd like to offer the opportunity to partner with my institution, the End Arbitrary Detention Global Campaign. You can go to endarbitrarydetention.org. We will send an invitation to your university to attend the World Liberty Congress event that we're having in Berlin. We want to partner students from around the world with activists because hope is in your hand in this new generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our third panelist is Professor Alec Ewald. Professor Ewald teaches courses in constitutional law and American politics at the University of Vermont. Within public law, his current research focuses on criminal justice, specifically on the restriction of rights and privileges that often accompany a conviction, what are sometimes called the collateral consequences of criminal justice involvement. He is the author of The Way We Vote and co-editor of Criminal Disenfranchisement in the International Perspective. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my fellow panelists. Those two remarkable presentations already. I'm an alumnus of this program, and I owe great debt to this program and to this university. And I also just want to quickly thank Heather Berry, who's back there, and Michaela Harrington, who think about the previous panel. And in order to do this work, we need to have transportation and shelter and food, and it's a lot more complicated than it might appear to do that for all these people. I'm really grateful for that. So I want to try to do two things just in the few minutes that I have here before we have a larger conversation. The second is to talk about punishment beyond the sentence here in the United States, which has really deep impact on civic status and citizenship and equality in the United States. But the first thing I want to do, and when I say want, it's in quotes because I don't really want to. I don't want to have this document on the screen, but one of so many extraordinary events in the first month or so of the new administration was a meeting by Secretary of State Marco Rubio in San Salvador with Nayib Bukele, the president of El Salvador. And this is a kind of, calling it a Rosetta Stone feels a little obscene, but this is the State Department's description of that meeting, just kind of gushing in its praise for him. Bukele is notorious, or maybe famous, I'll come back to that question, for an act of mass incarceration in a very brief period of time, leading to El Salvador having by some measures the highest incarceration rate in the world now. Total lack of civil liberties and due process, of any contact with families for all prisoners. There's a massive new prison. And rather than sanctioning or investigating that behavior, the United States Secretary of State, in one of his first official acts, went there and met with him and praised him. And in this remarkable statement, there's really 4 or 5 things that I want to briefly mention, because the problems of crime and punishment and citizenship and equality are absolutely international and transnational. There are problems that every country faces domestically and that also connects countries, often in some really difficult ways. So the first thing is just that this reminds us, this document, and sadly, if you want to try this at home, you can just Google Rubio Bukele and you'll get right to this, either the State Department's version of this or somebody else's. This one actually, I think, has pictures of that. Yeah, there they are, happily being together. Yeah, so first thing is just reminding us about Bukele's crackdown and act of mass incarceration, and that's a really important political event in global sort of democratic and criminal legal system perspective. The second is the importance of immigration and the deep connections between the criminal legal system and immigration law, because of course that's the kind of nominal explicit purpose of this, was to restrict immigration from El Salvador and to talk about sending people back to El Salvador who are currently in the United States. The third is the importance of gang violence, which is a very much a transnational phenomenon. The guns tend to flow south. The drug demand tends to flow south. Many of the individuals in the gangs in Central America and South America are from the United States. And gang violence in Central America also drives migration to the United States. It's a big part of Jason DeLeon's new book, Soldiers and Kings. And perhaps most striking, though, and the thing that got the most sort of attention in the US press, President Bukele agreed to take back El Salvadoran gang members, etc. He also promised to accept and incarcerate violently illegal immigrants, including members of a Venezuelan gang, but also criminal illegal migrants from any country, note the language there. And an extraordinary gesture never before extended by any country. Remember, that's the United States praising his gesture, not his own country. President Bukele offered to house in his jails dangerous American criminals, including US citizens and legal residents. The US government accepting gratefully this magnanimous gesture to house US citizens in El Salvador's prisons is just an extraordinary merging, I think, of the status of a person who is undocumented, who's in a country illegally, with just a casual, why don't we casually link and lump US citizens who are incarcerated in this country. So rather than rejecting it out of hand, this proposal winds up sort of framed prominently in this brief summary of the meeting. So again, I was thinking about what I wanted to say here, and I have not been able to get this extraordinary document and this extraordinary meeting out of my mind. And it's, the international element of this symposium over the decades. It's always been really important to me, and I've always learned from it. And to me, again, there's one more thing about this I think about Bukele that's really important, and I'll come back to that in the close. So let me just say quickly, just something about the United States and punishment and citizenship in the United States, which is that this group probably knows many of the ways that punishment in the United States is extraordinary, incarceration rate, exacerbating the fractures of class and race in the United States already, heavily policed certain communities with disproportionate impact of policing and incarceration. But we're also exceptional for punishment beyond the sentence, a group of restrictions that somebody might face depending on where they live and what they were convicted of, and the individual discretionary decisions that are made by decision makers in their local and state government. You might not be able to vote, to serve on a jury, to own a firearm, to serve in the US military, to live in public housing, to work in the licensed occupations. There's something like a fifth of the jobs in the United States, not just healthcare and education, but many, many other jobs require some government credential. To receive TANF and SNAP benefits, to adopt or serve as a foster parent. These are often called civil sanctions or collateral consequences because they're usually not part of the criminal law. They're scattered throughout state codes and state regulations. And they are, again, highly contingent, highly dependent on where you live, what you were convicted of, how the rules are interpreted by local officials. They're extremely important and really difficult to grasp element of American punishment because they are so varied. And we can probably come back to this some in the discussion if people are interested, but I did want to be sure to mention it's also a really important advocacy and research opportunity. And what I mean by that is that some of these restrictions we know almost nothing about as advocates and as researchers. So for example, people's inability to get SNAP, which is food stamps benefits, really varies by state and also varies by sort of administrative decision making. Same thing with cash benefits through the TANF program. Or being an adoptive or foster parent, which is unbelievably important. There's a lot of people who want to adopt or become a foster parent for a family member and are unable to do so because of their own criminal legal background. We have almost no research on that topic. It would be a great research topic. And one more, I'm an academic, I can't help begging people to do research, and I know especially in this room. There are 4 places in the United States where everyone who's incarcerated retains the right to vote. Vermont and Maine. Massachusetts was in that group, but left in 2000, sadly. And you could lobby to get Massachusetts to get back in the club. But the other 2 places where everyone who's incarcerated retains the right to vote are 2 non-state territories, Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico. We know almost nothing about voting in prisons in Puerto Rico, except that it definitely happens. We need somebody to do research on that. We need somebody who has good Spanish skills and is interested in this topic to go do some research about voting in prisons in Puerto Rico. We know almost nothing about it. It's an incredibly important and incredibly interesting topic. And we also don't know very much about these other collateral consequences in other countries of the region, and there's a great deal of research that needs to be done there. I have to come back to Bukele to close, because Bukele is very popular. That's what really, and we had a question about this morning. I don't see the person who asked it. But as far as I understand, he is in fact extremely popular, despite and maybe because of this crackdown. And that's the thing one of the things that's really hard about studying the criminal legal system and its damage is remembering the problem of crime. Because when people don't feel safe, as we also heard this morning, when people don't have the right to security, when people don't feel safe and secure where they live, they're much more open to appeals from politicians that cost us civil liberties and due process and these other kinds of restrictions on our rights and privileges too. Thank you all very much, and I look forward to having more questions.
Thank you so much for your insights. We now have our final panelist, Erica Eiderhoven, who is a dedicated advocate for justice reform and also a Massachusetts state representative. Her work focuses on decriminalizing poverty and ending systemic racial biases embedded in law enforcement. She's committed to shifting the conversation on substance abuse, treating it not as a crime but as a public health crisis that requires compassionate, health-centered solutions. She's also leading efforts to end mass incarceration by eliminating cash bail, shutting down for-profit prisons, and dismantling mandatory minimum sentencing. Please join me in welcoming Representative Erica.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Erica Eiderhoven. I'm very excited to be here. I actually represent the district just adjacent to Tufts in the city of Somerville. And I was elected during the COVID-19 shutdown pandemic, so I was in the COVID class of electeds. One of my core issues that I work on in the Massachusetts State House is indeed around decarceration and accountability of the Department of Correction, which is our Massachusetts prisons and jails. Just to kind of share, I was kind of inspired by Mr. Camilo Manya's statistics, so I thought I should bring our own statistics so everyone here is a Massachusetts resident, presumably, or most of us. So Massachusetts prisons incarcerate about 5,000 to 6,000 people per year. In terms of the population of the workforce in the Department of Correction is about the same. 5,500 people work in the Department of Correction. It is a $800 million institution that, if you do the math, costs about $130,000 a year per person we incarcerate. And I always share that, especially in the context of being students. So you think about your tuition, think about the cost of living, right? To be a student, $130,000 could go a very long way in incarcerating people. And that number triples if you talk about elderly people. I should be very upfront, first and foremost, because I am an elected official and politician. I think it's important that we're always forthcoming about our own politics and our positions. So I'm an abolitionist. I do not believe prisons solve any problems. I think the criminal legal system is largely in place to keep in place a social, racial, class order. It has presented itself as an accountability system. It does not do that, and I will say particularly in this context with Trump's administration, but this has always been the case in democratic presidencies. It is used to deport immigrants. It is through the criminal legal system that they are deported. It is there to invoke fear, uncertainty, right, and so that we can exploit the labor of the global south in the context of also the security state that we are part of in the military-industrial complex of the United States. So that's kind of my position. I am very proud to be part of a movement to end all prisons because they do not solve any problems. And they do indeed cause generations of trauma. I'll just share briefly, and just move the clock. Okay, thank you. I came to this work because I'm a second-generation Japanese American. About a little over 80 years ago, in 1942, the sitting president, President Roosevelt, signed an executive order, 990, that incarcerated 120,000 Japanese Americans with no due process. I want to uplift a story of someone that I've been deeply admiring, which is Fred Korematsu. He was a 20-year-old Japanese American in California who basically said, I'm not going to get arrested. I don't care. I'm not going. I'm not complying with this. And he eventually was arrested on the suspicion of being Japanese. So he fought his case, saying that this was unjust, that it was unconstitutional to be incarcerated or arrested on a basis of your race or ethnicity. And that case went all the way to the Supreme Court for Korematsu versus the United States, and they ruled against him. So it is currently constitutionally acceptable to incarcerate people by race. And I think that is a legacy that we carry on today, particularly in our prison system. I also think about how these stories, particularly for, these sorts of stories are rendered invisible, right? I did not learn about this story about Fred, or we kind of used euphemisms, right, to describe the Japanese American experience during this time. And I think about how when you visit, and if you ever have the opportunity to visit a prison or jail in Massachusetts, your first reaction, or at least my first reaction, was that it's just unbelievable that this system exists, that this institution's even standing here just around the corner from where I grew up. And that system is only possible through two mechanisms. One is to render them invisible, and to keep us in power ignorant. So for me, whenever I see any experience that is rendered invisible, I take that very seriously, and that's what's brought me a lot to this work, is that sense of injustice around invisibility. I also have a deep sense of solidarity with this because while 80 years ago we were criminalized for being Japanese or Asian American, just 20 years later in the civil rights movement, the model minority myth emerges. And Asian Americans are used as a wedge to put black and brown people down, particularly black and brown people who are fighting for their civil rights. So I think that's important to always hold that in terms of the need and our role of solidarity and how the narrative can shift for all of us, but it's the reality is if one of us is not free, none of us are free. I think a lot about the dehumanization of incarcerated people because, again, that's another way the system maintains itself. I know it's a common thread we've all talked about here on this panel. But when I was first elected, I was thrust into the debate around whether we should build a new prison. So Charlie Baker, the Republican governor at the time, wanted to spend $50 million to create a new women's prison. It is a completely nonsensical idea. There are currently about 160, sometimes up to 200 women who are incarcerated in Massachusetts. Based on the Department of Corrections' own risk assessment, they have a whole risk assessment tool to determine how risky are these individuals. So just to be clear, it's not an abolitionist tool, it's not my tool, it's not my assessment. This is from the prison system. Out of the 150 or so women, if they had followed that system, there would be only 30 women at MCI Framingham. The other 120 have passed the sort of risk assessments, have the points in their system, so to speak, to not be held in what is effectively a cage. They could be interacting with their community. They could have a job outside the prison, right? Not getting paid 10 cents an hour to sew. That is a reality today. And then they could be connecting with their families, or they connect with their children. All of those things are possible, but instead we're now talking about building a new prison. Believe me, there are a lot of issues with MCI Framingham, but if there were only 30 people in there, we would not be talking about a new prison. The other thing that we worked on recently is around free phone calls. So when we talk about the for-profit prison complex, I think the phone calls piece is a particularly egregious example. Before we passed this law, which was just a year and a half, 2 years ago, the prison system profited over $20 million a year on the families and friends of incarcerated people for them to be able to make phone calls. So when I received a phone call from someone in prison for just 2 minutes, that would cost $2, $3 for that incarcerated person to call me and to talk to me. So that's something I'm very proud of, but it is a continuing fight because they are trying to dismantle that as we speak. Another issue that comes up in Massachusetts is around solitary confinement. 2018, we tried to outlaw that practice and say that it can only be used in very extenuating circumstances, only for a short period of time. I've seen with my own eyes and visited people who have spent 6 years in solitary confinement or more. This is an ongoing, it's the worst level of kind of, quote, security, right, for security's sake. And they've tried to skirt around that law, kind of do a switch and bait. Essentially, we said, anything more than 21 hours a day solitary, so then they leave people out just 1 hour longer, right? And then they move people from one cell to another and claim that that's out of cell time. I mean, it's really horrendous in that lack of accountability. And finally, I want to just uplift, earlier we mentioned the right to vote. That was taken away in my lifetime, in the year 2000. Incarcerated people had the right to vote. And it was taken away then, and that is something we're trying to restore, because before, it's not only just about the ability to vote, it's the engagement of legislators and elected officials with prisons. Before the year 2000, anyone who's been incarcerated since then will tell you that we used to have elected officials come in regularly, because these are voters, right? You have to respond, and you're represented by them. And I'll just say a few words, because I mentioned earlier about decarceration, the need for decarcerating. There's a lot of different avenues for us to work on that, and one that I'm particularly excited about, and I hope that we can try to make some movement on the legislature this year, is on elder parole. Essentially, it's a way of ending life without parole sentencing, right? Because in the United States and in Massachusetts, we have this extremely cruel form of punishment, which is that people are sentenced to die in prison. It is extremely inhumane that we do this process, that anyone who is struggling with dementia or severe medical issues are still incarcerated. But I think it has to go even before that. People who are aging are it's not about public safety or a security threat. So that's something that, if you're over the age of 55, if we're able to pass this legislation, they'd be eligible to go before the parole board and to seek their freedom. There's other sort of mechanisms, and I know I'm running out of time, so I won't go all into it, but I just want to leave you all to urge you to get involved. I'm very, very proud of the fact that Tufts has TUPIT, the Prison Initiative program that is extremely, it really has changed how the various prisons that they work in, how the community there is able to build up their own power. We have a lot of amazing organizing happening behind the wall and outside the wall. I just actually visited the Black, Latino, Asian Cultural Coalition in MCI Shirley, which is also the same prison that TUPIT operates in. And it is truly, just life-changing work to be able to work on this issue. So I want to urge you all to get involved in the state level, locally on this issue. It is literally in our backyard, and I will take it from here. So, thank you.
Thank you. These were really insightful remarks that we'll hopefully get into during the moderated discussion. So my first question is kind of an introduction to how criminal justice and political regimes interact, focusing on the political foundations of justice systems. So my question is, political regimes shape the way justice systems function. Indeed, in both democratic and authoritarian settings, legal systems can be used as a tool for control. What mechanisms make this possible? And anyone can start.
Thank you for the question. I think there are so many ways to see it. From one point of view, prison always holds some authoritarianism, in the sense that it translates the life of people into prison time and into locking and just blocking all possible relationships with others. But it is true that in a democratic regime, prisons look most of the time very differently than in authoritarian regimes. So the lack of access to prisoners, the lack of access to communications or food or deprivation of other rights tend to be more harsh in authoritarian regimes. In my experience in Colombia, sometimes it is not only about the wider political system of a nation, it is also about the micro-political system that is created within the prisons. Sometimes prison personnel and guards and directors have a very humane way of seeing what they do, and they make a lot of the difference that sometimes they don't, and they beat up the prisoners, they don't give the proper food, they block all communication. So it also has different levels. I guess that it is very important for us to build democracy in the different levels. The question about the voting of the prisoners, it's very interesting, because I was all the time thinking that prisoners were deprived of their rights basically because they don't have a political voice. And if they could vote, they could have more chances to have a political voice. So politicians and everyone would be more concerned about their rights. So I think it's something to be taken into consideration, how to deepen democracy through accountability. Because democracy is about accountability. At least I'm not arguing that people who commit crime shouldn't be given a free pass or nothing should happen. Responsibility should be serious, but the most serious responsibility is a responsibility which is based on the positive values that you are trying to uphold. If you're telling people don't harm our system, our communities, our way of living, it is very contradictory to do that by depriving them from the basic human conditions and a proper accountability. So those are some ideas that come to mind when you ask that question.
If I may, I'd like to complement with some additional points of view. I think that what makes it possible is a combination of factors. There are many, but because of time and by the way, I have to catch a flight in a few minutes. I have to take an Uber. It's a combination of factors. Some of them are old tactics, and now technology makes these old tactics even more complicated. One of those tactics capture institutions. So the authoritarian mindset in a democracy, in a robust democracy, has check and balances, and you have some firewall for this expansion of authoritarian mechanisms. But when the authoritarian, either a populist in power or a political party is able to capture, for example, courts, or capture a political party, then they can second typical mechanism is the use of fear and populism, but also what many scholars call the otherness. This idea that your values, your safety, your neighborhood is under threat by a particular ethnic group, by migrants, by another ideology, and so on. So in order to protect yourself, your identity, your values, your political party, your ethnicity, they convince the people, or at least a large percentage of the voters, to grant certain authority to the executive to push this rule. This is what Brink has called liberalism, and Larry Diamond has also spoken a lot about these illiberal practices. And number three, the old tactic is under crisis, citizens tend to allow the social contract to be eroded in exchange for security. And that's a very, very old tactic. And it was it Benjamin Franklin that said that when you exchange your freedom for security, you get none of it. But it's an old tactic. And now with social media, that sense of threat has been maximized. And of course, that expands not only into mass incarceration, like in El Salvador, which you mentioned, but also in limiting the rights of certain minorities or migrants. And finally, and this is something that we all can solve, but not powerless, lack of empathy. Lack of empathy by those who say, well, it's not me who have been incarcerated. And I'll use this analogy. I also work with people who are persecuted for religious reasons, and we have something called the International Religious Freedom Movement that we define as the freedom to believe and the freedom not to believe. So there are people incarcerated in parts of the world because of their faith or because they declare themselves agnostic. And my point as part of this movement is that we should speak on behalf not only of the people of our own religion, or our own faith. We need to speak with empathy for those who are persecuted and they don't look like us, they don't believe like us, they don't vote like us, because if we protect this empathy, if we build common ground, then authoritarians will have it harder to push this mechanism. Thank you.
Yeah, I would actually repeat Erica's ignorance and invisibility combination, which I think is a critical mechanism by which people with power put these systems in place and perpetuate them. I would also mention, and this again, I'm thinking about a lot of things that came up this morning, and I'll make this an if statement, or maybe a when statement, but when prominent narratives about who is incarcerated emphasize the danger of those individuals and dehumanize those individuals, when those narratives are the most powerful narratives that citizens are aware of, we're locking people up to save you from gangs, we're locking people up to save you from child predators, etc. That's when harsh punitive systems are most successful. When the narratives that appeal to the public and that arise intuitively in the public are narratives about individuals who were wrongly policed, wrongly convicted, excessively punished, who were victims of violence themselves, who are people who have health problems, substance use disorder, who are people who are college students while incarcerated. When those narratives are more prominent, it can be tremendously powerful for shifting the system.
Now also, yeah, I can do that too. Yeah, I mean, I think about, it's interesting, I was trying to wrestle this democratic versus authoritarianism, and I do think that when you leverage your power as a voter, and you're able to do that, and then invoke change, right, that is still within the realm of the democratic system. And I think largely, right, this is why we do so much work with families and friends of incarcerated people, because they can still vote, right? They can still organize their community, and they can also get the kind of narratives out that go against sort of what were the dominant narratives. And I think a lot about how I grew up during the tough on crime era. Right? I grew up during the time of super predators. I mean, this is when we were locking up people when they were 14, 15, 16 years old. And then also, I want to uplift that Massachusetts has the 6th highest wrongful convictions in the country out of all of the states. And so those narratives are really powerful, right? Because if we have this sort of all allegiance and belief in this criminal
Thank you. These are amazing remarks. For the interest of time, because Felix has to leave, does anyone in the audience have a question specifically for him? There are 2 microphones. Looks like.
I'm a Tufts alum, visiting, really happy to be here. My name is Sarah Marie Bottaro. I'm an artist and activist, and got to have dinner with Felix last night, so thank you. What I've been noticing throughout this conference is that there's a lot of need for narrative shifts, and a lot of questions of spiritual narrative, I think, that are coming up. Spiritual, maybe not in what we are used to thinking about as spiritual in a very religious dogmatic way, but questions of human dignity and self-agency. How do you think we can start having those conversations in a very intercultural, international sphere?
Oh wow, that's really a big question. I don't know if I can have a perfect answer, but I'll start by saying that some of you might disagree with this, but empathy, solidarity, common ground in a political perspective is actually not organic or natural in any society. And if you just think about it, democracy, and particularly liberal democracy, is a relatively recent experiment in humanity. For most of human history, we've seen tribes with a tribal leader killing the other leader of the tribe and taking the territories and committing massive atrocities. We've had absolute monarchs. We had different experiments, most of them authoritarian. And for these experiments to be successful, they need followers, and they need this otherness, the sense that the other tribe is under threat, your ethnicity is under threat, your religion is under threat, your gender is under threat. But the liberal democrat experiment, democrat with a small d, right, requires the acknowledgement of that common dignity. Of course, there's an ancient tradition of seeing humanity as a common family. You see it in different spiritual traditions, Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, Judaism. We have that, but for that to come into social contracts, a rule of law, constitutions, it was a long journey to think about, right? So what we're seeing today is not a new thing. We're seeing an erosion of that, and I think if we're using the word spiritual, that spiritual tradition that became culture in some parts of the world, the French Revolution, the American Revolution, and many other processes around the world, even in Africa with the Ubuntu concept, that eventually was transferred into law. So I think that we need to go back to the tradition of acknowledgement of being this common family. Now, in terms of what to do more specifically, I think it's finding common ground, so fighting polarization. Anytime we have polarization and we lose common ground, we empower the authoritarian narrative, because they need that lack of middle ground. They need you, those of you who are moderate, to come into the radical and polarized position. Because once you get offended, and someone asked me one of these days, how do I respond to someone that offends me? And I said, well, if you're not ready to have a constructive conversation, it's better not to have a conversation. But and I'll use an example. I have a lot of respect for this country, but I'm a guest, so I don't comment on domestic politics. But go ahead. What I tell my dear friends from the liberal movement, I don't think conservatives are fascists. At least not all of them. No, I don't think they're conservative, and I don't think liberals in the U.S. are socialists or communists necessarily, right? So, but this kind of language that is extreme in both sides actually empowers the extremes and erodes common ground. And I think that if we have something specific that we can do as students and members of your community, as scholars, as intellectuals, is to resist and combat the temptation to radicalize yourself. Yes, some of us are mad. I mean, we saw what happened with the way that President Zelensky was treated yesterday. That's something that I thought I was never going to see that in my generation, and I'm coming from the party of Ronald Reagan, for example, that spoke so much against the Soviet Union. But anyways, we need to resist the temptation to offend, to attack, and combat ideas, combat irreasonable behaviors with ideas, combat hate with empathy, with patience, and I would use the word love. We don't like to use the word love and compassion. Because I think that if we look at human history, we'll see that, yes, authoritarians seems to be winning at some point, but when we take the side of love, empathy, compassion, spirituality, solidarity, the long term, the long game is with us. I would say that. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry that I'm not able to hear your results. I learned so much from all of you. And just big disclaimer, I was invited to this panel when I already had the flight. Otherwise, I would have stayed to have a conversation. But I would have stayed more time. This is lovely. Thank you.
Privilege, thank you.
So I have a few more questions for the other panelists. This time kind of focusing on restoring trust in the legal systems. So my question is, in places where the justice system is deeply politicized, how can civil society, international organizations, and legal professionals work to restore faith in legal institutions?
It's a trick question, because if the system is malfunctioning, we should trust it less. So it's, that's, when we're talking about the kind of political valence of people with criminal legal system involvement, if there's a popular sense in the country that the system that wound up getting them policed and charged and convicted may well have been an unjust one, then the political valence of having a conviction won't be as negative. So it's a tricky thing about restoring the rule of law, restoring public confidence in the system. Again, I want to borrow from my panelists earlier and say transparency and information, they're not, everyone likes impact litigation. I would love to see Massachusetts pass some laws and restore formal rights. But don't lose sight of the value of providing people with information about the rules and the systems that exist. In a probation office, in a reentry system, people in jail have the right to vote because most of them are pre-trial. There's a lot of ways that you can provide people with information, challenge ignorance, challenge invisibility, that can make the system function more effectively. I just want to say that, the way this panel started, don't overlook the incredible importance of showing up physically. And this kind of follows in response to this question too, the remarkable eloquence of my fellow panelists, but to have the Minister of Justice saying, I'm going to be physically in the prison myself, standing with the incarcerated people and talking with them about what their lives are like, and those pictures are going to be in the national news and people are going to know that that's what I do, is extraordinarily powerful. And similarly, and you can do that too. Like corrections, bureaucracies are terrible, but it's actually often an open door if you want to volunteer, if you want to go in and do something with people. Maybe not an open door, but it might be easier than you think to do sometimes. So going and physically being in the presence of other people, don't underestimate the importance of that from a maybe spiritual perspective, but also from a sort of humanizing dignity political perspective as well.
I'll add, I think maybe I'll reframe in my mind sort of right confidence. So it's interesting because I wrestle with that question a bit because I'm very much someone who deeply believes in the public good and public service and the ability for us to solve our biggest problems ahead of us, whether that be stopping the climate crisis, ensuring everyone has health care, good education, right? All of those issues are not going to be solved because some entrepreneur off to the side. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not what's happening. We have to solve these problems collectively. And I mean, again, the magnitude and the cost of these things, it just doesn't make sense to even think otherwise. That's just, I'm sharing it. These are my opinions. Feel free to disagree. But, and again, I think about, right, how delegitimizing the criminal legal system and how it acts is in that context. And to run for office, right? District attorneys who ran for office, and the 3 murders took place in Somerville and Cambridge. They had to get somebody. It doesn't matter if it's the right person. And that, I mean, I know it sounds really cynical, but that has been these are cases that have been overturned. And unfortunately, those are cases where we see the delegitimacy. And I think about this particularly in the context of the Trump administration, right? Because this is a massive delegitimization of public institution project that he's on. And they're doing that for that classic, I mean, there's multiple ways that we can do it. I think one of the big ways is to, right, defund, destroy, right, make it so miserable to, I mean, this is not the case today, thankfully, because our governor is different now, but it was the case with MBTA. Right? So make that, you know, the experience of writing the T so miserable, we're going to dislike it, and then we're never going to want to have a functioning T again. Fortunately, it's not where Massachusetts is at, but we see a bigger version of that, right, with the federal government right now. So for me, it is really to be at the forefront of these issues and to advocate for having funding where I think where it ought to be, which is in healthcare, in our schools, right, in our you know, rehabilitation. I mean, all those things are better uses of our funding than incarcerating people for $130,000 a year per person. To, I mean, their experience is horrid, and where is that money going? To me, it's just exploitation of their labor that's been there, and there's no reason to keep them there. So it's, I mean, there is reasons, but there is no, even by the DOC's metric, 3/4 of them should not even be there.
I believe that, in a sense, justice needs to be a really political experience. Meaning by political, the way in which you design something thinking of the public good, thinking of accountability, thinking of democracy, you could say, in the sense that institutions as prisons need to be also present in the political discourse. I think trust can be established if we know more about what we're talking about also. Foucault showed how the criminal trial was taken to the public while the punishment was taken to the private scene in the Middle Age. And this made people be more comfortable with what happened within the punishment institution. So what I was trying to do when visiting the prisons was trying to call the attention of people about what was happening in there. But if we could do something different, and having these conversations with these people also allows to see other realities. So I came up, for instance, in the prisons with the media, and I showed them the prison, telling them, listen, this is what we're trying to do, this is what we should do. And some people were telling me, but I imagine this place differently. I imagine that people that were in here were these narco lords that I was going to feel threatened and really afraid of. And I said, no, most of the people that are in here are poor people that are people maybe like you and me. So there is not that huge difference. Of course, there are different cases, there are different people in prison systems. So it's a variety of people, it's a variety of experiences. But if you don't take the politics within this system, you lose that reality. But at the same time, it is true that it's a problem to have the justice system weaponized. I know that here the Trump administration has used this phrase. In Latin America, we use this phrase for the right-wing movements that were trying to kill and to eliminate all of the dissidents and so on. And it is a problem when you take this other version of the politics as the private interest of someone who comes from the political scene or whatever. So, in that sense, it is true that if you take the word of politics as in the profit of someone's own interest, that is very that should be avoided. That shouldn't be in place. There should be check and balance. There should be a lot of control around that idea. So I guess this is the equilibrium we need to gain when talking about the politics within the prison system and the criminal system.
I just wanted to add, so I had a reaction because we cannot ever bring cameras into the Massachusetts prison. I can't even bring my cell phone. And so I just thought that was, again, I think that I want to echo your point about the transparency. I mean, most of the things I'm able to advocate for is because of public records law. So, but I think that's a powerful thing is I think highlighted the need for transparency to build up these legal institutions.
And it is because, I'm sorry, when I started visiting the prisons, people were saying, no civil authority ever came here. So I visited prisons that for 100 years, no civil authority had got into the prison. And I was thinking, well, how could people actually be in place as a government of these prisons if you don't know the prison? If you don't know the people that are in there, what kind of decisions can you actually take? And there were some massacres in some prisons some years ago in Colombia. And most of the decisions that were taken to gain control of the prisons were part of the reason of why there were the massacres. Because people didn't understand, for instance, the geography of the prison. Not even the people, the geography, how when you get into a prison, where to walk to, who you should ask things, what is going on in the prison. So sometimes you ask people, how are you feeling? People don't tell you badly, they have been beating me because that is not going to happen. But I learned also what to see when I was talking to them, to see what was going on also. So you need to gain that experience. And that's very much about the politics within the system. Transparency, as you were mentioning.
Thank you. These are really amazing remarks. I think we're running out of time, so we're going to open it up to the audience for Q&A. There are 2 microphones, so please feel free to ask a question.
Good afternoon, and first of all, I would like to really thank the speakers for such an amazing panel. I'm Keila Sacramento, I'm a medical student from Brazil. And actually, just last year, I started to be a part of a program that wants to give health access to people in prison in some prisons in my city. And this was the first time I came in contact with the legal and prison abolitionism idea, and it's something that I'm really passionate about, that I haven't really got myself into studying it. And I really appreciate, especially Erica's, but please feel free to add up your thoughts on how do you think abolitionism in prison system is important for us to achieve a democracy that we want to have, a democracy that gives more human rights, that doesn't divide people in more and less rights, and just some thoughts on ways we could get there, because I think we will need so many reforms, but just some initial thoughts on that would be amazing.
I mean, I think that's beautiful that you're tying in your work with healthcare, right, into the system, because I'll just uplift something. I'm just a very powerful advocate. Was actually a medical doctor who at Austin Medical Center, which is one of the hospitals that will serve incarcerated people in Massachusetts. They were just like, we cannot treat someone who's on their deathbed while it's income. This is, I mean, it's true accountability and how do healthy communities look like, right? Because I want to be clear, people think like, oh, we're just soft on crime. That's a really ridiculous binary. We believe in accountability. But the reality is the criminal legal system doesn't even take care of the victims or the survivors. And what do they do to serve people who have survived, violence? And if anything, right, I mean, there's a rule, too, that says that you cannot, not rule, but there's oftentimes people are instructed you do never reach out to the survivor's family. And the survivor's family is like, well, I just needed an apology. I just needed to hear from them. And I didn't hear that apology until the full 30 years, 40 years later, right? I mean, imagine that kind of, like, suffering, right, for that many decades. So I think the work of like, medicine, healing, right, this is something that we need to bring into this movement as much as others. So I think that is a really key part of what has made this movement very resilient. I think the second thing I'll add is certainly, I know there's been previous conversations about narrative change. But you think of like Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow, right? I mean, I saw such a change after that period of the tough on crime. The way we thought about humanity, the people behind the wall, and today, right? And I'll just build. I visited many prisons. Occasionally, they let me in with no one, which I actually prefer. But like, I've never felt unsafe. I just want to be, I think that's always like a surprise to people. People don't just be. It's really not. And I think a lot of people who work from Tufts also say the same thing. I feel fear among some prisoners, I should be called it, some of them, but I've never had an issue with people who are behind the wall. And so anyway, I think that those are the elements we need to build up this movement. And I also wanted to instill faith too, that like but Andrea James, who was a founder of the National Council of Formerly Incarcerated Women and Girls, she's something like really profound, which is that the abolitionist movement in America for the abolition of slavery took over 100 years. It was multiple lifetimes. People engaged with that, so you have to think about this work as like, this is going to take so long work, but how are we part of this work? And what are we passing on to the next generation? Because there is a chance, right? Many abolitionists never got to see the day slavery was abolished. But that is sort of, I think we are a few decades into this abolitionist movement, at least in the United States, and I can't speak for other countries, but I think it's wonderful here. Thank you.
Hi, thank you guys for your remarks, very powerful stuff. My name's Adam, I'm a sophomore at Harvard, and I just wanted to ask, just for like students across the Boston area who are passionate about this kind of thing, especially with the prison abolition and redirecting funds from prisons to schools, healthcare, just how are ways for students our age to get involved? Like what can we do to make a difference in our community if we want to do that?
Oh, I love that question. Thank you. It's amazing because I know we feel so powerless when it comes to like what's happening in DC and the White House and the federal government so far away. I mean, here I am right here, right? I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like the state reps are floating around. We're around. And then I will also add, I mean, in terms of answering your question on reallocating resources, I spoke a lot about part of the criminal legal system, which is incarceration. Policing, right? That is all under municipal government, where you have even more leverage because it's even smaller government than Massachusetts State House, right? And so
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Abdurrahman, a third year medical student, and thanks to all the panelists for your amazing remarks and for everyone for your discussion. My question goes for everyone. I want to hear your opinions about what are the warning signs that a democracy is shifting toward using the criminal justice as means of authoritarian control of its people and rights suppression. Thank you.
That's a very good question and very pertinent for what we're doing. I think from the Latin American perspective, it would be first secrecy. When they start running secret trials or taking people secretly to secret facilities, secrecy is a very important indicator. The second one, when the political authorities start giving suggestions and orders to the justice authorities. So the political authorities try to create a leverage on the justice authorities or to control the justice authorities, either by direct control or using the media or using other kind of institutions. I think another one is when there are facilities that are proudly taking or depriving inmates from their rights, and they show how they are depriving people from their rights, and they show it as something that should be advertised and should be told to others. So it's kind of sending the message to other dangerous actors in the communities that it is a big threat, right? The other one is the broadening the criminalization or the criminal law language and the criminal law practices in different sectors of society. So it has happened here to people who don't have papers, migrating, they are saying that they are criminals, right? So this kind of use of language, but also the legal categories that impacts also how people are going to be prosecuted, how what people are going to face. And maybe one last indicator could be, it is now from the perspective of a public servant, could be the resources, the human resources, and also the money that you need to see the flows of the money, how the budget is going to what authorities to do what. So, for instance, if here money, the budget that it was supposed to get to, I don't know, USA to support the Mexican government, the prosecution of enforced disappearance and human rights violations in the middle of the war on drugs. If that money goes now to the militarization and buying drones for attacking terrorist organizations, so there you can see the immediate impact. So I think, and if you take all of these factors, maybe what we are witnessing in the United States is a red flag.
That was an amazing list. I hope you were taking notes. I would just echo a couple of those just really quickly. And yes, to start where you ended, another really difficult statements of the last few weeks was a statement by a new prosecutor in the federal system in New York City who said, "We are the president's lawyers," and explicitly saying, "We federal prosecutors are the president's lawyers," which would have been simply wildly factually inaccurate moments before he said it, and it was an explicit statement about it. The Department of Justice working for the chief executive, which is never in the understanding that we have. Yeah, and then Marie Gottschalk, a political scientist who writes about the criminal legal system, has used the metaphor of metastasis for the spread of sort of carceral logics out into society. And that's, there's different levels or types of authoritarian systems. There's the individual targeting of opponents of the regime, but then there's a carceral system that appears to be accomplishing social purposes that are different from its stated purposes, and that can be really authoritarian in their substance. So just to echo a couple of those points, yeah.
Okay, we'll take one last question.
I think that question was actually really good, but I just have a very curious question. My name is Alejandro. I'm a freshman studying international relations and I'm part of the organizing committee. I'm from Costa Rica and Colombia, and one thing that really interests me is the whole transition of the peace process of Colombia. And one thing that I've really noticed while studying is that this restorative justice system that has been implemented has faced a lot of backlash in terms of, like, you know, we have all these generations of people who want to socially reintegrate after this conflict, but a lot of people just feel resentment towards it. But at the same time, like you said, Camilo, with the whole humanizing and dignifying inmates. So kind of just going along that, it's just very, but feel free, the other two speakers, because I feel like it's really appropriate as well, because how do you pretty much balance this humanization and this dignifying of people who have gone through these processes of justice and who the aim right now is kind of more to reintegrate into society, while at the same time, I guess, honoring or respecting the resentment or the desire of people who have been victims of this to kind of just, you know, see these people face consequences for the generations of trauma that's been inflicted upon them. So
that's a very good question, and maybe it correlates with some of the ideas we have talked to you about. So when you see the history of Colombia, we've had armed conflict for around 60 years. But we've had more than 10 peace processes and negotiations. How can this happen? Because there is a civil society organized, holding memory, and there is a lot of people claiming for peace. And the idea that there is a strength in civil society supersedes the strength of governments, because governments can, some of them can take a lot of time, but civil society is always there. So if you have a factor or an actor of society which is so important, that can be focused on peace building as the civil society, you guarantee that you're going to have backslashes, but you are backsliding, but you are not going to have the country destroyed, because you have people who are organized around peace building. When I started my position as the Prime Minister, the position name was the Prime Minister for Criminal Policy and Restorative Justice. And some people were saying, well, it is impossible because we are a country in war, and a country in war has a lot of violence and people hold a lot of vengeance. So it is impossible to advance on restorative programs and what you want to do, humanization of the system, those discourses, you are not going to have anything. People are going to target you. And of course, everything is controversial in democracy, but in a country where we've had 60 years of conflict and 60 years of trying to make peace, there are other discourses in society, not only the discourse of making war. There is also a discourse on how to build peace and how to build conditions for a better coexistence. And every society has that. Even under the worst of the governments, the more warrior of the governments, you have people that are trying to think of how to get peace, how to get a better coexistence. So I guess politics and politicians have the opportunity to bring some voices louder than others. And sometimes politicians are focused on bringing hate and bringing division and polarization. But if the civil society is compact, if civil society has good initiatives, civil society can resist and even flourish in the middle of that context. So it is a very important opportunity. To Colombia, the worst civil war, the very heinous also brought a lot of opportunities because in the worst scenarios, the best ideas sometimes come up for justice. And also, you don't need to, victims can have very different views of what happened in the conflict, for instance, talking about the restorative justice in the conflict. Let me tell you a bit story. I'm a victim of the conflict. My father was murdered in 1998. And I participated in the peace dialogues in La Habana as one of the delegations of victims. And I argued in favor of accountability, but in favor of trying to do something different, because this form of accountability wouldn't take us to a safer country. We needed people to demobilize, we needed people to give up arms, and we needed a new configuration of society, a more just configuration of society. So, and then, with all of what happened in the country, I ended up being the Prime Minister of Justice. And that gives you an opportunity, once in a lifetime, right, opportunity. Meaning that not everyone is willing to work in the same direction. Democracy is about a lot of people working in different directions, different needs, different ideas. But sometimes you also need to save even victims from hate. Of course, there is a lot of people that want vengeance. But sometimes you need, the rule of law is about saving society, about becoming a violent place. So if you have a strong rule of law that avoids people just to do vengeance, you have broader opportunities also for other people to build new opportunities. So I think referring to the U.S. context is a beautiful opportunity what you have at hand. To be talking about how the system is built, why you need democracy. Democracy is not a given. You need to fight for it, and it's every day. And it's not only at the federal level; it's also at the local level. It's also at the university, at the households. So I think what we can do, or what we have learned in the Colombian context, is that there is always, like, the time of war can last a lot of time, but cannot last forever. And the time for peace, that lasts forever. You always need some degree of peace. If you are in the middle of a war, you need some degree of peace, even in the worst war, right? So there's always peace. And if you find that as a foundation to build new ideas, to bring new opportunities, of course there are going to be a lot of harm, a lot of victims that need to be avoided, but there's always something to do, something to fight for. That's what I think.
A big round of applause for our panelists. Punishment, criminal justice across regimes. Thank you again for attending.
Across the world, we see a growing tension between democratic ideals, such as political equality and fair representation, and economic systems that, in practice, often concentrate wealth and power in the hands of few. Capitalism, in its ideal form, was long regarded as a driver of innovation, individual freedom, and economic growth, especially in the United States. However, unchecked capitalism has often led to a widening economic inequality, corporate influence over politics, and an unprecedented rise of oligarchical structures that challenge the very foundations of democracy. Inequality does not only occur in capitalist societies, or officially capitalist societies. China continues its public commitment to socialism despite increasingly unequal distribution of wealth. So, what do these economic systems and the increasing wealth of oligarchs say about the future of democracy around the world? To help us navigate these difficult and timely questions, I am honored to present our distinguished panelists, Professor Jeffrey Winters, Professor Dalian, and Jan Khalifa. Going from right to left, Jeffrey Winters is a professor and past chair in the Political Science Department at Northwestern University, where he is also founder and director of the Equality Development and Globalization Studies program. He specializes on oligarchs and oligarchy across a range of cases globally and across history. His 2011 Cambridge Press book, Oligarchy, won the American Political Science Association's 2012 Bluebird Award for the best book in comparative politics. His forthcoming book, due later in 2025, Domination Through Democracy, Why Oligarchs Win, examines the relationship between oligarchy and democracy during the past 3 centuries with an emphasis on the contemporary US case. So please give it up for covering the Olympic Games, World and European Football Championships, European Cups, and international skiing competitions. Currently, in addition to sports and the USA, he focuses primarily on issues concerning climate change and is climate correspondent in a nationally relevant media and is climate change skeptic, quote, home country. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno, for the introduction. Thank you for having me. I'm really enjoying the atmosphere here on the campus and the intellectual ferment here, which I never experienced as a student. And it's an honor to be here with such a great scholars. So I will try to offer a more practical perspective, media and information environment perspective to the topic, and also a perspective from, of course, my region, my home country, Czechia or the Czech Republic, which I think can serve very much as a good case study of the topic of this symposium, Democracy on the Brink, because after 35 years of us Czechs trying to build our democracy after the fall of communism in 1989, we are now at a point when in half a year after the next parliamentary elections we can very easily end up on the path of Hungary or Slovakia. And I would say it has much to do with the topic of this very panel, oligarchy, capitalism, and so on. So how did we get there? So I was 6 years old when the communism fell, so I barely noticed. I actually noticed when I came back to my kindergarten class after the New Year's Day in 1990 that I was not supposed to call my teacher comrade teacher anymore. And I also noticed after a few weeks, months, that gradually, for example, the waiting lines for shopping of bananas and other stuff like that disappeared. And this detail, I think, is crucial because that leads us to the slide, which you can see over there. It's here as well. Okay, thank you, Bruno. So we have a saying or a joke in the Czech Republic that the communism was not defeated by some values or desire of people for the freedom itself as a concept, but rather it was defeated by the Neckermann leaflet, which of course serves as a symbol of the reality that the people in communist Czechoslovakia and the Eastern Bloc, they needed to wait. There were waiting lists for buying, I don't know, refrigerators or cars. And whenever someone managed to make it to the Western country, to Western Europe, and brought some electronics, it was apparent to the other people that they cannot afford in terms of consume what people in the West can afford. And sometimes the people who went to the Western countries at least smuggled that kind of leaflet so they can show the relatives and everyone could be jealous of what the Western society can afford and we cannot afford. And that ended in 1990. The Czechs and Slovaks and other nations flooded the Western countries. There were trips for shopping very often, and that led us also to democracy with capitalism. That's very deeply embodied in Czech society now, that democracy equals capitalism and that capitalism equals democracy. And it's mainly because of that effect I have just described. And I dare you go on social media to some Czech group or Czech Twitter or Facebook environment and criticize capitalism. And in a minute you are accused of being a communist in the totalitarian sense. And so we enjoyed the 1990s. There was a cheerful atmosphere of freedom, and together with that, that was a time of wild capitalism, and the new part of society was born. Our crony capitalists, many times they got their wealth in very non-transparent way, and so I have one table there as well to show. So in 2023, the data of IMF and presented by The Economist showed that the Czech Republic is number 2 in the world after Russia in so-called crony capitalism. So how did we get there? We can discuss this later, of course, but many people who came to their wealth were very good positioned in the previous regime. Those were the people who oriented themselves very well in the environment. They oriented themselves very well in the new environment. They had their connections and they built their wealth. And I would say the main billionaire in our country is our former prime minister, who built up a political party which is ideologically changed like 3 ideological positions in 10 years, and it seems he will get back to power after 4 years out of power this fall, and he doesn't hide his inspiration by Viktor Orban, Fico, or Donald Trump. So we can include that into our discussion. I will be very happy, and I will conclude with a quote of Václav Havel, because it was we had a 35th anniversary of his famous speech in the US Congress in February 1990. He gave that speech as the first politician from the former Eastern European bloc. Václav Havel was a political prisoner a few months before yet the communist government put him into the position of the president. They put their favorite dissident and political prisoner into that position during the Velvet Revolution, as we call it. And Václav Havel, when he came 2 months after he was elected first democratic Czechoslovak president, when he came to the joint session of Congress in February 1990, he gave a speech in which he at all did not cheerfully praise the Western capitalism. It was quite the opposite, and I maybe suggest you find the speech on YouTube, because he was right on many things we are dealing with now. But I will quote one particular part we are still a long way from that, quote, family of men. In fact, we seem to be receding from the ideal rather than growing closer to it. Interests of all kinds, personal, selfish, state, nation, group, and, if you like, company interests, still considerably outweigh genuinely common and global interests. We are still under the sway of the destructive and vain belief that man is the pinnacle of creation and not just a part of it, and that therefore everything is permitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan, for your opening remarks. I am now very honored to host Dali Yan. He is a professor of political science at the University of Chicago with a special focus on the politics and political economy of China. He is the author of numerous books and scholarly articles. Among those are The Remaking the Chinese Leviathan, Market Transition and the Politics and Governance in China, Calamity and Reform in China, State, Rural Society, and Institutional Change Since the Great Leap Famine. He's a member of various committees and organizations and serves on the editorial boards of Asian Perspective, American Political Science Review, Journal of Contemporary China, and World Politics. Thank you, and welcome, Dali Yan.
Thank you, and I especially want to thank the organizers, especially Chloe and Bruno, for having me here, and it's truly a great pleasure. Of course, I expected warmer weather, and it is warmer than in Chicago, I have to say, at least for today. So it's very pleasant to walk over from the hotel to this very hot campus and so on. I cannot help, as I heard Professor Jeffrey Winters and also Yan talk about their respective subjects in terms of thinking about how, for example, American capitalism is actually in many ways also global. It links to what I study and especially write down. For example, the American market is large, but at the same time, when you include China, India, and Europe, Eastern Europe in particular, in recent decades, it becomes larger. So that really helps the oligarchs in the US in that sense. And for the same reason as well, so this era that, certainly for some people, the past era of rapid globalization and global integration, which the Chicago School in particular played a significant role in facilitating and advocating for, truly was a great age for wealth, especially when you can use the global markets that scale to gather wealth. China actually is a relatively newcomer. In many ways, of course, it didn't join the World Trade Organization until 2001, and of course now everybody recognizes the impact of China joining the WTO. So I do want to start with a few numbers. For example, wealth inequality. China was highly, reasonably equal, certainly, and because it actually, of course, Maoism was very destructive of wealth, and of course bringing about practically equal poverty. But to this day, of course, China is led and ruled by a communist party with a wild commitment to socialism and so on. And yet, when we look at wealth concentration today in China, it actually is very high in the ranks now. For example, in terms of the top 10% control of wealth, in Brazil it's about 80%. The top 10% of the wealth owners own about 80%. In the US, it's about 70%. In China, it's about 65% now. So it's been a very rapid increase, even though China changed the markets much more recently. The Gini coefficient is especially interesting in the case of China. Around 2021, this is the latest figure. The Gini index pre-transfer for Brazil is 0.69, for India 0.63, for the United States 0.58, and for China 0.56. Russia, by the way, is right next, 0.55. Now imagine countries actually do transfers, right? Usually the argument is for, especially to help those people who need some help, whether during transitions or when they happen to have suffered bad luck and all sorts of issues. So therefore, usually that inequality declines following transfers. In Brazil, it declines following transfer. It goes from 0.69 to 0.6. India, it goes from 0.63 to 0.62. The United States actually is much more appreciable, 0.58 to 0.45. Now, think about how much it declines in China. It goes from 0.56 to 0.56. So there is no effect of transfers. In other words, China, a professedly socialist country ruled by the Communist Party, does not reduce wealth, income inequality at all. Actually, it's sort of and of course, a lot of it is related to the policies and institutions in China, and we can certainly talk about a lot of those. And I very quickly want to mention a few of those. Capital gains in China are largely taxed. The largest category of tax in China is actually the value-added tax. It's actually sort of added on every product and services. Of course, who pays more per share of the incomes? Of course, it's the poor who have to make the purchases. For the rich, for those who can save and so on, they can accumulate, let their capital grow faster, whereas those who need to spend actually pay a lot for the VAT and so on. Land. Actually, one of the legacies of the Mao era is that in China, individuals cannot officially own land. You can only have some land use rights for a certain period. And also, the state retains, therefore, the right, especially the right to requisition land from rural areas at reasonably low prices, generally speaking, and convert them into commercial land. And of course, in the process, of course, those people who develop the land also profit from it as well. So again, it allows for the transfer of wealth for those who are connected and powerful in many ways. And the hukou system, the house registration system, makes it harder for the rural folk in particular, and also for the small towns and so on, even if you are urban, to move to more developed regions. And the more developed regions, especially around the coast, were given preferential policies to develop initially in the beginning actually around 1979, through today in many ways. That of course we know in the process of development is the growth pose. Once you gain the advantage, you want to retain them. Well, so it's not just oligarchs that want to defend their wealth, it's the places that gather, become developed, tend to actually acquire human and political capital, and therefore can do very well actually in moving on, generally speaking, actually. So as a result, it's the coastal region that do very well in the process. The social security system in China is heavily skewed towards the sixth sector, especially government employees, whereas the rural population, you're not going to believe, for China having developed so rapidly, the average so-called retiree in rural areas, how much they are given actually in terms of per month is actually less than $100. In fact, for many people, it's really far less than $100 even. So it's a very pitiful system in this regard. And of course, the education system, there are various disparities as well. So it's a system of party-state dominance designed to enhance the political and ideological safety of the Communist Party. This is the official communique from last night's political education program by the Politburo, which reiterated. But as a result, actually, interestingly, it keeps labor disciplined, relatively inexpensive, and also, in fact, really, in many ways, actually keeps labor quiet. In fact, Marxists in China who wants to help labor, for example, university students who try to do so, were sent to jail or were actually cracked down in many ways. So as a result, 20 years ago in China, you ask the Chinese people, how do you get ahead? They say hard work and education. Today, you ask people, how do you get ahead? They say, well, the system doesn't provide for the opportunities anymore. In fact, so increasingly people are going to lie flat and so on as a result. So what we have therefore is this particular system that actually really is quite good for capital, but we have to play the game of the party state, generally speaking. And the communist, the leadership has emphasized that China does not want to go in the direction of developing the welfare state like in the European Union and so on. And as a result, in fact, today what's remarkable is there are more than 200 million people in China who are doing gig work, suffering from the indignities, the precarities of those kind of gig work, including driving driving for platforms, practically. But at the same time, local governments actually in China, some of them are subsidizing robo-taxis, so they want to embrace new technologies. And when labor cannot find jobs, actually, but employers are promoting automation as well. But labor have very little say in the process, actually. So in that sense, China is a model of some kind because it helps to make China super competitive in the global marketplace, capturing market share throughout the world. So the fact that the US is trying to raise tariffs on Chinese products is not a sign of strength. It's actually a sign of playing defense in many ways. So China today is the largest trading partner with most countries of the world already. But at the same time, it helps China not only stay competitive, but certainly the goal is for the rejuvenation of China as a great nation, and of course is for a set of collective goals. But at the same time, what's really interesting is the Chinese government says China does not export this model around the world, but it cannot help if others want to learn from it. So let me end with that.
Thank you very much, Professor Yang. I would like to zoom out for a second and ask the question, whoever would like to answer it. Where does this idea of capitalism and democracy being so heavily linked between each other in the minds of the population come from, and what do you envision for the
the closing panel of Democracy on the Brink. Over the past 3 days, we've explored the evolving challenges to democracy, the mounting influence of authoritarianism, and the resilience of those who continue to push for democratic reform in the face of rising opposition. We've examined case studies from around the world, debated the role of technology in governance, and considered the impact of economic and political pressures on democratic institutions. It's only fitting that we conclude this conference with a discussion on one of the most pressing questions of our time. Are we witnessing a global shift away from democracy? Or are alternative governance models gaining legitimacy? This final panel, Rethinking Democracy, the Global Shift Towards Alternative Governance Models, seeks to go beyond the binary discussion of democracy versus authoritarianism. Instead, we will explore the nuances of governance in an era where traditional democratic frameworks are being questioned, modified, and in some points, outright rejected. As political systems evolve, some governments are adapting to democratic principles to fit local contexts, while others are openly embracing centralized or hybrid models that claim to offer efficiency, stability, and national identity over the perceived inefficiencies of liberal democracy. In a world shaped by economic globalization and the forces of neoliberalism, governance does not remain static. While democratic ideals have long been promoted as a universal good, particularly through the lens of Western political thought, this discussion will intentionally shift focus beyond the US and European perspectives. Instead, we will examine how regions around the world are redefining governance on their own terms, adapting institutions to meet local economic, cultural, and political realities. My name is Felix Bhattacharya, and I'm a senior at Tufts University, currently enrolled in the Accelerated Master's Program with the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, where I focus on international relations, law, and diplomacy. I've also had the honor of being a part of the planning committee for this conference, and it's my honor to moderate this conversation today with an esteemed expert in comparative constitutionalism. We're privileged to be joined by Professor David Law, an internationally recognized scholar whose work examines constitutional design and the shifting nature of governance in a comparative context. Professor Law is the E. James Kelly Jr. Class of 1965 Research Professor of Law, Professor of Politics, and affiliate of the East Asia Center at the University of Virginia. He's also an honorary professor of law at the University of Hong Kong. His comparative and empirical scholarship on law, courts, and politics combines quantitative and qualitative methods that have been translated into Chinese, Japanese, Spanish, Romanian, and Persian. And he's the co-editor of the Judicial Systems of the World book series from the Oxford University Press. Tonight, Professor Law will help us unpack how states are navigating constitutionalism in an era of political flux, comparing the foundational principles of liberal democratic systems like the United States with the evolving legal frameworks of states that have been deliberately chartered an alternative course. With that, I'd like to pass it over to Professor Law.
That the hour's late, you've given up your Saturday nights for this, and I'm things standing between you and dinner. So I will try to keep this relatively short and painless. Slide one over here. Okay, so why liberal democracy? I will put my cards on the table. I'm a fan of liberal democracy. Probably you are too. The question is why, and why should other people feel the same way? I think to answer that question, we have to start with the baseline question of what do most people want? Regular folks, not highly educated elites at Tufts sitting in Fletcher School, not political scientists and lawyers at fancy institutions. There's a lot of public opinion research going back decades suggesting that elites are more invested in things like constitutional law, rights, democracy, building the rule of law than ordinary folks. What do ordinary folks want? What do they need? What kinds of regimes are are capable of satisfying those needs. Are other types of regimes better or worse at doing this, or at least no worse than liberal democracy? And if other regime types potentially perform as well, maybe even better sometimes, why would people support democracy? And then how does democracy survive if democracy doesn't deliver the goods that people really care about? All right, so what do people care about? You may have heard of this concept of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's a concept from psychology where there are certain things that people want, sort of the base of the pyramid, and then as you progress, you move up this hierarchy of needs toward things that are relatively from the concrete to the abstract, right? So people start with they need food, right? They need shelter, they need physical security, and then at some point, you get into things like self-actualization, right? Stuff that you work on in therapy in Vienna for decades, okay? So it's safe, Maslow, and then sometimes these are referred to as first order goods, the primary things, the things you really need, things that immediately bring you satisfaction, satisfy your immediate needs. And only as you work your way past the things at the bottom, do you start to think about the things at the top, which that would explain why elites like us, let's just be honest, care a lot about things like democracy. Our attachment to democracy is at least partly, let's be honest, it's entirely ideological. Is there an empirical basis for it? Should we expect regular folks to support it? And what kinds of things do regular folks care about? And what are the competitors? So it's a small group, so if I wander away from the mic, I assume it's going to be okay. Can everyone hear if I just mumble away? Okay, that's fine. All right, so competitor one, liberal democracy. I'm going to define liberal democracy as regimes, so political competition, right? Have to be elected to gain power. And also there are restraints on the state, right? The individual liberty is considered a good thing, and often what goes hand, not always, but often what goes hand in hand with this is some sort of a written constitution, and often some kind of court that prevents even elected government from going beyond certain limits, right? That's why this isn't just democratic, which might be mob rule, but it's liberal democracy in that the democracy respects liberal freedoms. Those could be protected through courts and law, maybe, maybe not, but that generally tends to be the default mechanism. So democratic self-governance within limits, institutional limits. Social democracy, this is the Scandinavian model where you invest, so that liberal constitutional democratic model, the one we have now, which is constitution-centric, court-centric, really that developed, became very popular in response to the horrors of World War II, where people looked at Germany and said to themselves, well, that used to be a well-behaved constitutional democracy. What went wrong? Well, what went wrong is the country became demented and engaged in genocide and attacked its neighbors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what we really need is we need institutions that limit what democratic government can do. Right? You cannot agree to be a dictatorship. You cannot agree to commit genocide. And so to that end, we will have courts, and we will have constitutions, and we will have courts that enforce those constitutions. They didn't invent it, right? We did that a century earlier. The French did it. The Poles did it. But this is when it became really popular. If you look at the period after World War II, from World War II now, that's when judicial review went from a few countries here and there, particularly Latin America, influenced by the US, to pretty much the whole world. Right? Overwhelming majority of countries now have this model where you deal with the potential abuses of government by kind of having a lid on the pot, and that lid is law, and then you enforce it, law and courts. The social democratic model is we don't need those limits, right? They looked at the experience of Germany and they said, look, that didn't happen to us. We don't think that we need to limit democratic self-governance. What we think is that you should invest in your people. If you invest in your people, if you keep your people from being scared, tired, hungry, afraid, then you won't get crazy outputs from democratic governance. Invest in your people and all the things you need will follow. Right? And so here it is investment in a social welfare state. You have a population that is not afraid, it's happy, it's content, it's satisfied. It doesn't do crazy things. You don't need those legal judicial limits on what democratic self-governance can do. So rather than have a lid ready to stick that on the pot. Instead, it is lower the temperature inside the pot by taking care of your people. Another way of putting that is, have you heard this GIGO, garbage in, garbage out? So the thinking there is, any system governance you have, you start with a population that is hungry, tired, afraid, scared. You're going to get that outpost. It doesn't matter if that box in the middle, that institutional box, is democracy, or authoritarianism, or social democracy, or liberal democracy. You start with garbage as the input, you will get garbage as the output. Okay. So social democracies, let's try to break that by not putting garbage into democracy in the first place, because you just will not get good results. Bureaucratic authoritarianism, well, actually, why have elected government at all, right? This is it's very elitist kind of way of doing things in its more charitable forms. I'm thinking here really about Singapore in particular as an example of this. But also it's kind of the way people used to talk about government in Hong Kong, right? Hey, let the experts do things for you, right? Go about your business. We'll take care of things for you. Do you really care about whether you can get up on a soapbox in the middle of a park and blast things from a sound truck and rant about vaccines or whatever? No, what you care about, what we're willing to wager you care about is how much money is in your pocketbook at the end of the week, right? So there's a lot of talk about how the Chinese regime, the CCP, really staked its legitimacy on expanding prosperity for the Chinese people. Same things happen in Singapore, where, this is a true story, I spent a semester in Singapore, and one of my colleagues who are law professors, right? These are not working class people. These are fancy pants elites. They live in public housing, and they're very happy in public housing. Singapore does a great job of this. And one of them was telling me that the garbage disposal in his hallway, in his public housing hallway, they replaced it, and the new one, you could smell a bit of the garbage. The airtight seal was not there. Calls the local council. By the end of the day, the local council has replaced the garbage seal, called to leave him a voicemail, told him it's replaced, and asked him if the new one is to his liking. Now, if you want good government, you can either have in theory, you vote for the mayor of Boston, or the mayor of Chicago, or city council, and in theory, because they're democratically accountable to you, they do the things you want them to do, in theory, query how well that works in practice, versus you have a regime that you cannot vote out of office. It's gerrymandered, they suppress political opponents, they prosecute them for sedition, they cut down on opposing news outlets, but customer service out the wazoo. Which of those do you prefer? The government that in theory you could vote out, but then you're just going to vote in another bunch of corrupt, lazy jerks, or the People's Action Party, which is like, yes, sir, what can I do for you today, sir, right? All they can do is jump to attention when you call them with a minor, trivial complaint. Which of those do you really prefer? Do you prefer democracy for the sake of democracy on principle? Sure, maybe if your first order needs are being met, but what you really care about is, how's my housing? How are my streets? How are my schools? How's my water? How's my food supply? And these guys are killing it, week after week, month after month, year after year. Why do you care about democracy? Why should the Singaporeans look at this country with envy and go, yeah, I really wish I lived in the south side of Chicago because they get to vote for their leaders. Do they say that to themselves? Right? I wish I lived in South Boston and get to vote for their leaders. It's a competitive election. Well, it's actually not really that competitive in Boston. That example, right? Actually, maybe a perfect example. Okay, so it turns out that at least in this one weird case, like we've got to figure out what's going on in the special case, at least in this one weird case, you can have a system that seems very compatible with human flourishing. Like you talk to the average cab driver, to Professor Young may not quite agree with this, but my sense from talking to the average cab driver in Singapore, we were talking about this dinner for lunch, is you ask them how they feel about life there, and they're pretty okay with it. They're not like, oh, the heavy yoke of oppression, how will I ever survive? Right? They're like, yeah, I like my public housing, I like my public pools, I like my clean shopping malls, I like my clean streets, I like my safe streets, this seems fine. This is okay, right? So, authoritarian government could be compatible with high levels of human flourishing, unforced, in fact, thought experiment. Maybe less clear now, but certainly 5 years ago, if you had elections in China, who here thinks the Chinese Communist Party would have been turfed out in an election? Even if you had elections, probably not, because people were doing better economically all the time, right? Probably care about that more than they care about having regular elections. That would be my wager. Even if you give them the choice, they would have kept authoritarian rule. Hereditary monarchy, okay, surely it's 2025. surely we have turned the page on. I mean, this is a silly idea, right? That, you know, your ruler of the country has absolute power, and he had absolute power because of who typically his father was. That's crazy. That's nuts, right? Try telling that to the 4th and 5th kings of Bhutan, where K4, as he's affectionately known in Bhutan, decided, you know, what we really need to have is we need to be a constitutional democracy. And the people were like, no. And he said, well, you need to do this because it's, you know, it's the 21st century. We can't be a hereditary monarchy. That's not cool. And they said, well, we like you, and we don't want to switch. Okay, well, all right, you don't understand. Hereditary monarchies are really prone to failure, single point of failure. You get one bad monarch, and that's it. You're Kaputski, right? Like, you know, you don't like me. You like me. What about my kids? And well, we like your kid too. Like, we don't get. Like, oh, no, you're not getting this. So literally, he and his son crisscrossed the country, trying to push on the Bhutanese people. You really should have elections with competitive parties, and then you should place constitutional limits on the monarchy. And the people just didn't want it. And finally, the king is like, okay, I order it. You don't want it? We're just doing it. I go, okay, fine, because you said so. And even now, you deal with actual Bhutanese. I went back there for the opening of their first law school, and I was talking to a shopkeeper, just a regular shopkeeper, and he asked, you know, what are you doing? I said, here for the opening law school. So we have our own law school now. Yes, we do. Congratulations. It's like, really? How do we get our own law school? Like, who's responsible for it? Well, the crown princess. It's her. And he said, yeah, that figures. I mean, what do you mean that figures? Look, you want anything done around here, it has to be the royals. I mean, what do you mean it has to be the royals? Because I mean, the elected politicians just care about themselves and they have no idea what they're doing. They don't care about the country. You know, they're totally disqualified, squabbling amongst themselves all the time. They just want power. And they're not nearly as educated or public spirited as the monarchy. Of course it's the monarchs. Anything good that happens around here has to be the monarchy. No one was holding a gun to his head. You know, and that is a very typical view of Bhutan. Okay. So, what are these pictures of? Anyone? Where? Miami? Not a bad guess. That, in the upper left, is a public swimming pool in Singapore. It looks like a Wet n Wild amusement park, right? But that's a public pool. That is public housing in Singapore. See what, like, the high-speed rail and the greening buildings? That's public housing. That's authoritarian rule for you. So democracy, so what? Big deal. Do they have America envy? I'm guessing no. So the question I want to leave you with is how and when do other regimes pull this off? And what's the bottom line argument for democracy? Is democracy better at delivering human flourishing? The things that people really care about, as opposed to like the third order goods that, like, you know, people who are at Tufts, let's say, conference, an academic conference on a Saturday night care about, right? Now, one possibility here is you notice that my examples are skewed really towards smaller states. Singapore, postage stamp. Bhutan, even smaller postage stamp, right? I could give you another example. A liberal non-democracy could be very good at human flourishing. Until maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I would have classified Hong Kong, someone mentioned Hong Kong, as a liberal non-democracy. Do you get to vote for your government? No. Does that mean that people were unhappy? No. Heck no, right? You turn all the TV stations you want, all the internet you want, walk into a shopping mall, gleaming thousands of stores. It's the American lifestyle, except, you know, by some measures like the Heritage Foundation, even more free than America. So why if they couldn't vote for the legislators if the lived reality for Hong Kongers was prosperity and choice? Oh, but we didn't get to vote for half of the legislative council. Now, maybe that turns out to have been an unstable type of regime. Maybe liberal and non-democracy don't coexist naturally. That's a discussion I'm happy to get into if you want me to. That is another micro regime, right? Hong Kong, postage stamp. Singapore, postage stamp. Bhutan, postage stamp. So one of the things that I'm starting to think, and I'm working through this current research, and I open this up in discussion, is size matters. Not in the way that you think, right? Small states may have it easier than big states. One of the arguments that Madison tried to make, and I don't even know that he believed this himself, it's like, no, like, you know, our model is the Greek city-states for democracy, but I'm sure if you scale it up to the size of a continent with 360 million people, it'll work just fine, right? I don't know if you can convince himself of that, but there are a number of problems with larger states that may make certain types of regime choice prohibitively difficult. I'm speculating. First, bigger states, you might expect them is that there are higher information costs in larger states. Voters, rulers, whoever, don't know what's going on with respect to what the reality in the streets, what their subordinates are doing. And when people don't know what other people are doing, that's when bad things happen, to put it at a very root level. It could be the dictatorship in Zhongbanhai, simply not knowing what's happening in some rural county in Henan. How would they, right? It could be voters not knowing what their representatives are doing in Washington, D.C. And why? Not shocking. Bhutan, Singapore, Hong Kong, these places are like 2 hours to drive across, right? You know these people. They're 1 degree separation. And so the information costs are very low. And that may be a reason why these non-transparent regime types don't fail on a small scale, because the information is still there through other routes. Right? Another possibility is simply social capital, right? Social bonds. This is kind of those touchy-feely concepts even though it's used in political science. And maybe the framers were right to fetishize Athenian Greek city-states. Smaller means better because people know each other and they have these bonds of trust, these norms, where heck, they don't even need law at all. Not only does it not matter whether you have elections, maybe you don't need law. There's this famous study by Robert Alex at Yale Law School of how farmers in Shasta County, California, behave, how they negotiate disputes. There's a legal system, there's courts, but you know what? They don't know each other. They never use that stuff, right? You do something wrong by the standards of the community, everybody knows what community standards are, and you get ostracized for it. Right? You look at Mexican California, going back even further in California's history, right? Mexican California had judicial officials called the alcalde. The alcalde had enforcement power in criminal cases, but in civil cases, they had no enforcement power whatsoever. You had a divorce in Mexican California, the alcalde would give a judgment, there would be no enforcement. So you think chaos would reign, right? No, not at all. People knew each other. Like, Felipe got a divorce. He's supposed to pay Maria, $50,000. He's not doing it. He's a jerk. He's a deadbeat. We're not dealing with this guy. You suck, right? The community just enforces it informally. You don't need states, police, jails, etc. That's what you need when you're in a large society where strangers deal with strangers. There's no reciprocity. There's no long-term interaction. They don't know each other. That's when law, government really matters. But it turns out there's a wide variety of things it seems you can do on a small scale. So, in conclusion, big may be really bad. Make it small enough, that might be it. And it turns out you have all kinds of governance regimes. What can America do? We're not small. We're really big. So maybe for us, we don't have a free choice of regime type. But even there, if we look at East Asia, right? Oh, no, I'm almost done. If you look at East Asia, you don't see really any particular type of regime overtaking or beating the other in the ground. Right? Francis Fukuyama, you may have heard, the end of history, liberal democracies in the 90s is good. We're going to roll over everybody. Did not happen. Did not happen. Authoritarian regimes keep thinking they finally jumped the shark, right? The Kim regime in North Korea, they jumped the shark. Right? China, they finally jumped the shark. These guys are they've jumped the shark. Didn't materialize. They're still there. And then in moments of us, we're like, oh, liberal democracy, we're so screwed. Like, they're just, the far right is on a roll. These populist movements, anti-democratic, they're on a roll. I would bet that we'll probably still be around another 10, 20, 30 years. Maybe much diminished, much less influential. But my guess is we'll still be around. In fact, if you look at East Asia, which is an incredibly diverse region, it's not like Europe. It's not like the Americas. It's, you have totalitarian states next to liberal democracies, like right next to each other. You don't really see that in other parts of the world. This story really is one of overall regime stability. The regimes that are unstable remain unstable. Thailand, basket case, always has been, probably always will be. Just keeps going back and forth. It's not an example of democratization or de-democratization. It's an example of a country of democratic collusion, I think one's called it. The regimes that are stable are stable. North Korea's there, still there, still there. China, still there, still there, still there. Taiwan, still there, still there, still there. Japan, still there, still there, still there. The story is one of a lack of change. Okay, so now, I talked a bit longer than I planned to, but Felix assured me that I could talk for as long as I wanted to, so I will turn it over to questions.
So we'll start with the first question, because I know you have something prepared for this one. The title of this conference is about democracy on the brink. I think the fitting first question to the end of the conference is democracy really on the brink? Or is this just a phase of adaptation in a response to modern global challenges?
I think democracy is having a bad day. It's having a very bad hair day. I alluded to this in other paperwork. I walked through transitions to and from constitutional democracy. I did this a few years ago in East Asia, and you can look at the paper if you like. It's up on SSRN, but my conclusion was constitutional inertia, regime pluralism. There's just not a lot of change. Right? This was at a moment when globalization was on the march, and we felt like, oh, liberal democracy is going to win, neoliberalism is going to win, blah 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 blah. Didn't really happen. I am concerned that we are seeing, and this has been the subject of previous panels, we are seeing a lot of often technologically driven change that is facilitating concentration of power, economic and therefore political, in the hands of a very small number of people. And when you have oligarchy, there's a familiar word, that's the Kiwi word of the day from the previous panel. When you have increasing tendencies toward oligarchy, what does that bode for democracy? At a high level, I don't know how many of you are exposed to this sort of Bueno de Mesquita, moral, logical, political survival, selectorate kind of theory. The idea here is that you think of a regime as greedy and doesn't want to share any more pie than it needs to share. Okay? And so, who has political power in such a regime? The regime the ruler only shares with who the ruler has to share with the whole power. Right? So like 50% plus one of the people whose support you need to rule. Okay? In a country with a large, thriving middle class, power, economic and therefore political power is widely distributed. And you need a lot of buy-in from a lot of people, probably something like democracy. Some of you heard of the idea of the oil curse, right? If you only need the support of the CEOs of public oil companies, then those are the people whose support you will have, and why would you share the pie with anybody else? And the concern is that if the middle class is being wiped out by technological change, then rulers don't need their support anymore. And so the economic logic behind democracy starts to fail. So deindustrialization is worrisome. The Industrial Revolution was suddenly working classes contributed and could get something back. Yes, it was hard work, but they worked and they got something back. What do you do when one computer does the work of 100 workers? The person who created the software, the person who knows how to run the software, those two people are going to be worth an incredible amount. What about the other 98 people? So, just to try to, I know that I was a bit off topic there, but to try to loop that into this panel. So, I am a bit concerned in terms of what's happening in terms of economic and technological development and the resulting huge concentrations involved. And my practical advice to you is, other than invest in the companies that you find incredibly distasteful, because those are today's robber barons, and so at least you can get a share of that pie. I don't really know what to do about that. I've heard proposals for a minimum income, right, minimum income proposals. Those might help, but what incentive, again, does a greedy ruler have to do that? If you think that you can maintain control of the population through force or intimidation or lies, why share that much of the pie? Why not keep it for yourself?
I want to jump off of that point. You mentioned in your paper, Alternatives to Liberal Constitutional Democracy, that you believe the problem of liberal democracies, or the problem of economic insecurity, is the Achilles heels of liberal democracies. Do you see any policy changes or reforms that you believe could address these challenges in liberal democracies?
Yeah, so thank you for asking that question. Liberal Democrats are not totally unaware of the problem of economic inequality. But honestly, I don't know what prescription they have other than, well, democracy just creates prosperity. And because democracy just creates prosperity, this rising tide will lift all boats. Okay. That's not the social democratic response. The social democratic response is you actually have to go into the pockets of those rich people and take out some of their money and invest it into a bunch of public social programs. Right? You can't just rely on free markets to raise quality of life for everyone. So I don't think, I mean, you know, Piketty has like a book so heavy you can barely lift it on this. I don't think that the track record of, you know, unregulated capitalism is that it distributes gains on a widespread basis. Like I don't think that evidence is there for that. And I don't think that, I think that's the assumptions underlying liberal democracy and its recipe for, and its response to economic inequality, widespread inequality is maybe a little wishful thinking.
I want to go back to the Scandinavian model a little bit. Scandinavia generally is a very successful region when it comes to democracy. They've adapted this social democratic ideology, which works for them, some of the highest happiness factors in the world, best education in the world. Do you think this model could be applied to larger countries? And why have larger countries not adopted a similar model by now?
I would like to think that it can be applied in larger countries. The biggest country I can think of that has been really sort of a high-functioning social democracy is Germany. Most populous and most Germany is not a small country. I think there are some questions surrounding the viability of social democracy going forward and the consensus around social democracy. I'm not a Germany scholar. I think there are people in this room probably who can speak to this more expertly than me. But that is probably the leading example, and it looks like it might be in trouble, but hopefully it isn't. I welcome thoughts from the audience, people who are much more familiar with Germany than I am. I wouldn't take for granted that social democracy survives in Germany. It has, I believe that it has failed before in Germany, if my memory serves me correctly. I think Germany has experienced regime failure before. Just thinking for a second.
So you mentioned at the start of your talk that you are a fan of liberal democracies. But my question is there a one-size-fits-all model of democracies, or depending on state to state, should they adapt a different model of democracy depending on how their society and culture operates?
Yeah, that is a really good question. I go back and forth on that myself. I have this internal argument. One side of my brain says institutions matter, law matters, regime type matters. Otherwise, what the hell are you doing with your life? Like, why are you writing about stuff that doesn't matter? And the other part of my brain says, human societies are kind of adaptive, and what really matters is their initial endowment of things, hard things like land, population, resources, I think there was a bit of discussion over lunch as well. How much does it really matter? I've also become a skeptic of how much constitutional design matters. I don't know that the design choices that my colleagues and I spend all our time debating, I don't know how much difference they really make. Again, if Bhutan can work and Singapore can work, then why is it, we need to have a massively inclusive constitutional drafting process, and you have to have separation of powers and blah, 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 and you have to have courts and judicial review. I don't know that you do. I think probably when these institutions are most needed, when they help the most, is in mildly divided societies. If you have close-knit homogeneous societies and they work like Shasta County, it just doesn't really matter what you do. Everyone's on the same page. It just doesn't matter. If you have a society at the other extreme, where you have groups with both the ability and the incentive to destroy the constitutional order, because they think they get more by destroying the state than by protecting or upholding it, that's what they will do. They will tear the state apart. They'll take the territory they want. They'll kill their opponents. They think they can do it. That's what they'll do. Then in between, you have, regimes that are characterized by some modern day version of the kinds of conflicts between Protestants and Catholics that raged across Europe for centuries and caused liberal thinkers to think, we really need to come up with some mechanisms where people who have ineradicable differences don't just kill each other because of differences. We're not going to convert the other side. We can't kill them all. We can't dump all those bodies in the Danube River. So what are we going to do? Well, what if we say that the state doesn't commit to a particular religion, doesn't force religion down people's throats, and people have a right to choose their own religion, and they have a right to send their kids to the school of their choice with the religion of their choice, and blah blah blah. What if we just we just take those decisions out of the hands of the state? Would that work? And then it turns out that worked reasonably well. And well, can we scale that up for other kinds of social division? What if we have I don't know, discrete and insular minorities that, they're racial, or it could be gender, or it could be sexual minorities? Would it work for them too? Maybe. Not the worst solution in the world. So I think when you're dealing with a moderate level of division, in the old days it was religious, today it's demographic in other ways. These mechanisms, I think, are helpful. I think they're helpful. I do think that they have generalized reasonably well. It's much better than the alternative, which is ethnic cleansing, right, or genocide.
Well, I'm sure people have a lot of thoughts, so I definitely want to open it up to discussion and debate. We have 2 microphones, so please stand up and ask any questions or comments that you might have.
I will not take it personally if you don't have to save face. I know it's late in the day, so I don't know if I've been provocative enough to get questions going.
Hi, Professor Law. I think you have been provocative enough.
I tried.
My question is just something you mentioned, which was how states in East Asia usually stay in their regime type. I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about South Korea in December, what happened in December, and how I think there's an argument to be made on both sides of how that's either resembling a strong democracy because it was put down so quickly, or it resembles something that shouldn't happen within a democracy like South Korea. What do you think that symbolizes within the world and the world of East Asia when you think about the future of South Korea?
Yeah, someone's behavior was off the equilibrium path in South Korea. Someone badly miscalculated. I think the worst case scenario is that the Korean president, the fact that he thought he could get away with this, could be some kind of a legacy holdover from authoritarian days. Or the guy could be living in a bubble. I find it to be an encouraging story where the widespread reaction is like, oh, you are kidding me. This is not going to happen, right? And constitutions and regimes, I think, rely so much on collective self-enforcement. Now remember, when a constitution fails, when a regime fails, it's not like there's some global superpower. Like the UN doesn't send in some super army to enforce your constitution for you. Like you do it for yourself or it doesn't happen, right? The constitution is self-enforcing or it's not enforced at all. And how does it get enforced? It gets enforced when people, there's 2 sets of beliefs at work, I would say. There are normative beliefs and predictive beliefs, and here's what I mean by that. Normative beliefs are when everyone feels like you are supposed to uphold the Constitution. That is what should happen. Those are powerful, those are relevant, but do not underestimate, you're a bad choice political science person, do not underestimate the power and importance of predictive beliefs, which is, I think that other people will in fact uphold and abide by these norms, these rules. And because that's what I believe, I better do it too. I think it is right, normative, and I think it is my self-interest to follow these norms as well, predictive. And ideally, those things mesh, right? So, to give you an example of when predictive beliefs trapped in a bad equilibrium, we have a everybody hates the king, but everybody is afraid that everyone else will obey the king's orders. And so no one ever rises up against the king. As long as everybody believes that everybody else is going to obey the king, even though everybody wants the king gone, you can't get rid of the king. That's a bad equilibrium in terms of predictive beliefs. A good equilibrium is when, you know, even if the president loses an election and refuses to leave, you're not worried about it because you know one's going to obey the president if he tries to do that, right? You're like, nah, that's not going to happen. So norms, beliefs are incredibly important in the survival of any regime. Simpler example, right? Think about traffic lights. Okay, let's do a little thought experiment here. Tomorrow, the city of Boston or Somerville or Cambridge or wherever you live just announces we're not enforcing traffic light laws anymore. You run the red light, no ticket. Who here is going to continue stopping the red lights? Show of hands. Who here is going to stop? Are you all just rule of law suckers? You suckered and you're like, I watch so much Schoolhouse Rock. I didn't be a little poison. I ain't got to follow the rules. Or is there some deeper reason why you would continue to follow the traffic light? I submit to you that you're not just suckers. Like, there's really good practical reasoning behind your decision to continue to obey the traffic lights. Why is that? Anyone? It's power of coordination. Yeah. But even if you don't hope it, even if you're like, man, it would be great if traffic lights were just a thing of the past, what do you think is actually going to happen? Your predictive beliefs. Traffic lights suck. But, unfortunately, I think all these other goody two-shoes are going to continue following traffic lights. And that means that if I run the light, I will get T-boned, which means I shouldn't run the light. Zut at all, right? You lost. So, those are just your predictive beliefs. No threat of enforcement, keeping traffic lights effective. I would bet you good money that that's what will happen, even in Boston. Even with Boston drivers. You eliminate traffic lights tomorrow, I don't think you see instant, if you eliminate traffic enforcement, lack of enforcement, I do not think you see immediate disintegration. That is a stable norm. It is in my best interest to stop for the red light because of what I think you're going to do. It is in your best interest to stop for the red light because of what you think I'm going to do. And that is stable. And hopefully, those kinds of beliefs about what our officials will and won't do in response to things like elections and courts will hold up. The courts for us right now, I do suspect, 2025, February, March, in America, the courts are very important. The courts are not important because, again, they do not have the ability to send troops into the streets, right? We are relying on courts to basically adjudicate the lawfulness of everything this administration is doing and putting a halt to certain things. Remember, at the end of the day, Madison said, the courts have the power neither the purse nor the sword. They are the weakest branch. Are they? Not if we have beliefs about what other people do in response to court rulings. If everybody expects everybody else to obey court rulings, if disobedience of court rulings is unthinkable and unexpected, then court rulings will continue to be obeyed the same way traffic lights are. The U.S. courts do not need to have paramilitary U.S. Marshals landing on the White House lawn to make those decisions stick. They just need the power of those beliefs that all of us hold.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Professor, for being with us tonight. I have a more general theoretical question. When individuals fail to uphold these normative beliefs and when international institutions fail to prevent systematic failure from happening, what would humanity be left behind? And how can we find an alternative way to maintain sovereignty of nations but be able to uphold the humanitarian values? I'm thinking of in the context of Gaza, but this can apply to other issues.
That's a good question. Why does international law survive? Why does the international legal order survive? Why did we get to where it is in the first place? When you think about the International Court of Justice adjudicating border disputes, right? If compliance are about enforcement, what should the compliance rate with ICJ decisions be? Zero. It should literally be zero. Is it zero? No, I think actually, some folks at the University of Illinois did a study. I think Tom Ginsburg might have been one of his papers actually The ICJ gets a 70% compliance rate in border dispute cases. I think. So why is that? There's a couple of explanations. I think one, again, has to do with coordination. The ICJ decision leads people to have expectations about what will happen. But it's definitely not because the ICJ has enforcement power. I think what's dangerous is, how can I put this? To the extent that I understood the question, right, and I apologize I'm not getting the question completely right. This equilibrium is fragile, and that when you see it being repeatedly flouted, if you see international law being repeatedly flouted, and the offenders get away with it, that is the destruction of international law. Once you see that you can get away with it, scot-free, impunity, that's when it falls apart. When people start to see that court orders in this country can be disobeyed with impunity, that's when the rule of law falls apart. When people see that happen in the international arena, that's when it falls apart. The difference, I think, is subtle. You know, at the domestic level, we have this myth that, no, I shouldn't say myth, like we have, oh, you know, the police will come get you. You know, newsflash, we do not have enough police in this country to enforce every court judgment, right? Court judgments would not be complied with if no one ever obeyed, except at the point of the barrel of a gun. And I think that the international arena is just a more extreme example of that. What we can't afford is to see massive noncompliance and people getting away with it.
I kind of wanted to follow up on that theme. So if the U.S. is kind of running on, well, international law seems to be, and in the U.S. we seem to be somewhat running on like precedent and expectations. In certain regimes, people will put a gun to your head, or black bag you, etc. If things are breaking down in the U.S., would we, what directions might we go in? Democracy not the answer to this.
How bad could things get? I may be jaded from having lived in Hong Kong during the crackdown. I suspect that we will see more corruption, my guess. When you think that other people are cheating, nothing promotes cheating more than thinking that other people are cheating. Oh, you're cheating? Then I'm the sucker. If I don't cheat, then I'm going to cheat too. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's more corruption. I fully expect the United States to be greatly diminished on the world stage. I think we get to take on a Sino-Russian alliance on our own. This is way beyond my expertise. I'm a constitutional law guy, and I'm talking about international relations in the Fletcher School. I should just keep my mouth shut. But that's my suspicion. I think the courts get through this, by and large. In many ways, I mean, from a lawyer's perspective, one of the most troubling things to come out so far is J.D. Vance testing the waters by talking about how, you know, I am the law, I am the state, Latassean law, you know, if something's wrong, we don't obey the courts, C.E.G. Abraham Lincoln, right, kind of testing the waters. I don't think there's been a lot of uptake on that. People are still expecting compliance with court orders. And again, I want to reinforce how important that expectation is. Remember, the Supreme Court at one point told Richard Nixon to turn over the Watergate tapes. How much enforcement power did the Supreme Court have in that case? Were they seriously going to send marshals across the White House lawn and rush it and like sneak into the Oval Office and take a bunch of recordings? Absolutely not, right? We have seen before presidents do extreme things, courts have put them in check, and the basis for that check is simply no one thinks that the president's going to get away with it. And when no one thinks the president will in fact get away with it, that in and of itself ensures the president will not get away with it.
Do the courts not have the police as their enforcers though? I mean, if there's...
Federal judiciary has the United States Marshal Service. That is not, they can't go toe-to-toe with anyone. They can basically check you for guns when you go to the courthouse, and they can occasionally serve some warrants. They don't have, I mean, that's why when Brown versus Board of Education was decided, the Southern governors thumbed their nose at the Supreme Court until Eisenhower kind of surprised the entire country by saying, you know what, I said I wasn't going to use troops to enforce this judgment, but actually I will. And then George was, whoa, 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 you didn't say you were going to enforce it. I got, surprise, National Guard, right? So, but that was kind of potentially a pivot moment. But there you had a widespread belief that the courts were not actually going to be big, you could get away with it. And then it turns out actually you can. But it also highlights how weak the enforcement power of even the United States Supreme Court is. They had their judgment, and then they could not make it stick. They just couldn't make it stick until the National Guard was in.
Justice, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Larissa. I'm international relations student in Brazil, and my question is about the scenario in the country. So Brazil has what?
The question is about the what?
The scenario in Brazil.
Okay.
The political scenario. So Brazil has a very young democracy over there, but we already have a very unstable situations with the polarizations political. So in 2022 we had elections that was a very unstable scenario because of the polarization, the left and the right competitions. That right now is kind of stable, but next year we have elections again, and I strongly believe that scenario is going to be even more unstable because of the conservatism that is happening in Brazil. So my question is, what do you think that we can expect from the future of democracy in Brazil, and what we can do to contribute to the continuum of it? Thank you.
Question on Brazil. I wish I knew, and Brazil is an important, and I will tell you, understudied country in the course literature. The honest answer is I don't know. The slightly more encouraging answer that I have, my understanding is that the Brazilian judiciary is upgrading and modernizing. And sometimes what you see in these transitional or semi-transitional regimes, or where there's an institutional vacuum in other parts of the government, is you do see the courts kind of step in. I don't know if anyone here is from India, where, India is a democracy, but often democratic institutions are viewed as being highly inadequate and highly unresponsive. And as a result, you have the courts step in for a number of reasons. First, anybody can trigger the courts, right? You can go to court and you don't need to be a legislator, you need to pass a bill, and the court has some ability to do something about it. And so courts in India engage in an incredible level of micromanagement. That is one possible way forward for Brazil. If the judiciary continues its path of institutional reform and improvement, it could be kind of a crutch for other institutions. And then that's not the end of the story necessarily. Like if you look at Taiwan, when it democratized, the Taiwanese Constitutional Court was just right in the middle of it. Like they forced one of Taiwan's two legislative bodies to amend itself out of existence because it was undemocratic. I mean, it was like throwing punches and punches and punches. And now, fans of judicial activism in Taiwan are like, how come the court doesn't do that stuff anymore? And the court's just like, because we don't need to. We had democratic deficit, we had unelected institutions running things. We stepped in when we needed to because they don't have more of a democratic state than we do. And then when the time passed, we took a step back. That could be, a best case scenario for Brazil, where to the extent that the courts are trusted and remain institutionally independent and relatively technically competent, they play a role until other institutions have developed adequately. So hopefully there's some kind of crutch. But I don't know enough about Brazil to say anything more than that. In fact, I probably already said too much.
The opportunity. My name is Kaliba, I'm from Czechia, and we had a lunch together.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Professor, for this great, I would say, political science show. And I would move from Brazil to other parts of the world. During the previous panel, I was mentioning Václav Havel and his speech for the joint session of Congress in 1990. And one thing he mentioned there was, and it was his message to the US and US congressmen and senators, that it's in our common interest to help Soviet Union turn into democracy, which we know 35 years later that it did not materialize. And And you were speaking about the sizes of countries and the possible systems and stuff like that. So do you think that in foreseeable future we can see a change in Russia to a system which don't need to be necessarily democracy, but it would be a system that would not threaten the neighboring countries and destabilize the region, that huge country, large country, without a real experience of democracy? And what kind of system it would be, should be, or could be? Thank you.
Yeah, Russia. I was just thinking off the top of my head, the quote that comes to mind is John McCain referring to Russia as an overgrown gas station. And I say that, I also alluded earlier to the oil curse. So if you employ, again, this logical political survival argument that Bueno de Mesquita, Moro, etc., et al. Argument about rulers share power with those with whom they must share power in order to retain power. You know, Russia is natural resource rich, and that's not about having a large, prosperous, growing middle class. I don't think that describes Russia. And so they are hit squarely with the oil curse. You actually see this, right? I mean, he rules by intimidating a handful of, intimidating and or co-opting a handful of economic oligarchs. That's enough, right? Kill one, poison another, send a couple more into exile, the rest fall into line. Then you don't even need to oppress the population as a whole, you just oppress the small. So for him, the electorate's really small, right? What hope is there for Russia? Well, we can look at countries that dodged the oil curse. Norway, small, homogenous, strong social norms. I don't know if that replicates in Russia. Russia's very big. Norway is kind of small. I'm not optimistic. I'm not optimistic. And there's no strongly entrenched history. And this goes to the South Korea question as well. We worry about South Korea because it's a new democracy. We worry about newer states. We worry less about smaller states. And I think there's a logic to both of those worries with newer states. There is less history of people knowing how things are supposed to be done. In Russia, there's no real history. There's no entrenched beliefs about this is a democratic state, we're going to behave like Democrats. Korea is a little more fragile because, democratized in '87, they don't have the same amount of history that other countries do. And so there's a moment where we're on tenterhooks, like, has it taken? Are the beliefs there? Like, do the legislators and their aides believe that if they rush the legislature to vote down martial law, the soldiers won't actually mow them down, and that the government will in fact comply? And it's a bit of a nail-biter moment. And then the other extreme, you have countries like the United Kingdom where they didn't even have a proper constitution, and for a while they didn't even have like a legal requirement that elections be held at any particular interval. It's just like, well, we know this is how it's done. Like, that is the extreme example of fully, democratic government by norms. Yes, they now have statutes, but they did it without statutes for like centuries, right? So again, the power of entrenched beliefs about how things can and should be done. And at this point, America has a reasonably long history of this. We are a young country, but we are not a young democracy. And so when people talk about the guardrails, well, the way I interpret that is, what beliefs do we as Americans hold about how others should behave and how others will behave? For me, that's the real line. And I bring up courts not just because I'm a law professor, but because courts in particular are A, the obvious institutional check remaining on the Trump presidency, and B, an institution that clearly derives its power from norms and beliefs. There is nothing else, like the Marshals, the US Marshal Service, that does not underwrite judicial power in this country. It is nowhere close to enough. So I hope that is good news. Yes, beliefs and norms can be eroded in the space of 4 or 8 years, but these things, the hard part for democratizing countries is they're slow to develop. I think hopefully the good news for mature democracies, they're also, hopefully also slow to erode.
I want to just end on that one point, and end on what we had as the. Oh, is it quick?
I have another question. What do you think the role of the United States and its interventions in maintaining or undermining the other states' democracies?
What do I think of it?
Yeah.
I don't know where to start with that question. It bad. So, what is the practical argument, the practical bottom line argument for supporting democracy in other countries? Right? There could be an ideological argument. There's also this somewhat controversial democratic peace thesis, which is that democracies get along better with other democracies. They're less likely to go to war with each other. Likewise, autocracies are less likely to go to war with each other, and so we have some peace-based interest in the spread of democracy because we're less likely to fight with fellow democracies. Our interest in regime change for the sake of the survival of this regime, no, I cannot address this question in sitting in the Fletcher School. I'm not even an IR person. I don't know that it, I think my answer is this. I have cast skepticism on an empirical basis on this idea of democratic contagion as well as anti-democratic contagion. And so if we are to engage in regime change in other countries, I think the argument needs to be something more and better than, but if we allow them to de-democratize, then the whole world's going to go down with it. I think there needs to be more of an argument than that. Is that a cop-out? It's the best I can do.
So I want to end with just a question that kind of rounds up the conference as a whole. And that's, do you believe that the rise of populism and nationalism poses a fundamental threat to liberal constitutional democracy?
Yes, but I would ask where the populism and nationalism are coming from. Where is the populism coming from and why? Man, how can I sum this up in a succinct way when people are laying dinner? You take a population that does not feel that its basic needs are being met, and then it looks at the elites of the country and thinks to themselves, you guys are not helping us. And then some silver-tongued devil comes along and tells you, well, I know what the problem is, right? The problem is those elites. They are not helping you. You are starving because these elites, in the interest of national security, have dragged us into war after war after war. They have turned the dollar into the global reserve currency in the name of national security, but that has made American exports and manufacturing totally uncompetitive. They just are selfish, they don't help you, and they are to blame. These elites are to blame for your loss of jobs. Minorities are to blame for your loss of jobs. People from other countries are to blame for your loss of jobs. I think you are seeing this populism. It's hard to imagine this populism taking the form that it has taken without massive levels of economic insecurity. And I think that's also why you see the center being hollowed out in Germany. You see the center being hollowed out in France. You see the center being hollowed out in the United States. Large-scale economic insecurity, garbage in, garbage out. You have a population that is hungry and scared and angry. What do you think you are going to get? Reasonable centrist leadership? So nationalism, I think, is another response, right? So, well, let's just pull back and take care of our own. The reason we're in this fix is because we've exported jobs elsewhere. Enough of that, no more.
On that positive note, let's continue this discussion at dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor David Long.
Thank you for having me.
that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to close out Democracy on the Brink. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you once again to all my colleagues that helped put together this conference. Thank you to all the speakers and the panelists. And a huge thank you to both Heather and Michaela. Let's give them a round of applause. And we hope to continue this discussion over dinner. Thank you so much.